the beat. To get your information. So the food to be faster. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you want? Yes, what you want? Spoon TV, spoon, ba. Spoon entertainment. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba.
All right.
Kilibamba,
Kilibamba, kilibamba.
What I want?
Well, folks, it is exactly 8:34 p.m. from Monrovia, Liberia. So wherever you are, however you're following,
What I want?
I'd love to welcome you to the program Spoon Talk, and it is the March 1, 2025 edition, specifically Saturday edition of the program Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM. And of course, we are also live on our social media platforms on Facebook, on YouTube channel, and local radio stations across Liberia. So wherever and however you are watching us from, maybe you are watching through our social media platform or via the traditional media, that's the radio. We love to say a welcome to the most informative show. It is the Spoon Talk, all right? Of course, we situated just around the Concord Town back road in opposite ministerial complex, all right, the EJS ministerial complex. So yes, indeed, we are here, and of course, welcome again. So wherever you are watching us from, perhaps you are watching us from Tottenham City. A matter of fact, I just came from Tottenham, Bomi County. I'd love to say good evening to you there, or Banga City of Bon County. Good evening, Bopolu City of Bapolu. I'd love to say good evening. Bukana City of Grand Bassa County. Good evening to you. Rabasco City of Grand Kema County. I'd love to say good evening. Zweju City of Grand County. Good evening, Barclayville, Southeast, right? Yes, Barclayville City of Grand Coup County. I love to say good evening, Virgin of Lofa County, Kakata of Mangibi, Harper City of Maryland County, Bensonville of Maserati County, San Nicola of Nimba County, Fishtown City other way in southeast, Fishtown City of Rivergy County, and which county left again? Okay, Greenville City of Sino County. I'd love to say, welcome to it. One good thing you always know is that with all of the different political subdivisions, counties, we are one people, 16 tribes, yet still one people. That's the most important thing you should know in whatever way, in whatever form, whether it be political parties or religious, for different countries, we have one goal. And the goal is to see a prosperous Liberia, from political parties. No, all political parties, all right, their objective, their major goal is to see the country prospering and to see the welfare of the citizens of Liberia, all right, the well-beings of Liberia. So that's the most important thing. Anybody that comes and want to be president, want to be senator, want to do this, that, the goal is to see Liberia prospering and to see the well-being of Liberian citizens. People who reside within a country, live a very conducive life. All right. So yes, and that's why Spoon Talk is here to usually, as usual, to bring the those information that you need to digest, know about, and so you can be able to critique your leaders, be it representatives, senators, cabinet members, even the president, the vice president, senate pro tem, and so the citizen can be able to checkmate all of their leaders and put them on right track. And that's why Spoon Talk, the matter of fact, the most informative social media platform right now in Liberia. That's why it does, for you every day from Monday to Sunday. All right. So we don't rest. We are here for you. So what's happening in Liberia today? Yes, what's going on? So today I saw something like a team of fire specialists from the United States has been deployed to assist in the investigation of a Capitol building fire in Liberia, collaborating with the Liberia National Police. So yes, the most recent action at the first branch of the Liberian legislature, the burning of the Capitol building. All right, we have some experts from the US of A who are currently here. That's according to the Inspector General of the Liberian National Police, to assist in carry on investigation. Yeah, let's everyone know exactly what really the cause of that fire, whether it is natural or something, or somebody did it. Let everybody be satisfied. All right. Once it is done, then we can move, forward. All right. So and the newly established political party that the Citizen Movement for Change (CMC) has officially elected its inaugural leadership, setting the stage for a fresh political dynamic in Liberia. James Yuji was elected as the chairman of the party, while Winifred Bangura, the chief of staff to the Honorable Musa Hassan Bete, who is now the political leader of that party. And what's happening in Nimba County, the MDR, of course, the MDR of the late Senator Prince White Johnson, right? MDR is Nimba's political party. Anyone who creates another party in Nimba does not want the late Senator Prince Johnson's legacy to live on. Such a person is a Confucianist and does not have good intentions for Nimba. Who's saying this? Majority block chairperson and senatorial aspirant Honorable Samuel Coker is saying this. So Samuel Coker is saying that no more political party in Nimba. All right. Anybody who wants to bring a new political party or establish a political party in Nimba County, then automatically it means that you don't want the legacy of the late senator. Um, he was referred to as the political godfather of Nimba County. That means you don't want his legacy to live on. That's why Samuel Coker, senatorial aspirant of that country, he's actually, creeping, the being, I mean, replacing the late senator. He wants people to refer to him as the political godfather, like in the case, like it was in the case of the late senator, Prince Johnson. So yes, but I think the most important part for today, quite from that's the news from the IG, the Inspector General of the Liberian National Police, announcing that a team of fire experts are here in Liberia, to care, to assist in the investigation of the recent fire incident at the first branch of the Liberian government. That's yes, first branch of the Liberian government. That's the capital Bede. So we look forward to that. We look forward to the team. We look forward to the government. Look forward to everybody. In supporting that process, and we want to see the end of the investigation. And yeah, so it is good that the American experts, the American fire experts, let me be specific, yeah. All right, um, do their best. And over the weekend, I know people been talking about that. About I was fortunate to have been there. His Excellency President Boakai, officially dedicated a water supply system in Bopolu City of Bapuru County, and that initiative, has been carried on by the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, Mr. Mo Ali. I know you've been seeing some pool and that on social media, what have you. But the people of Bopuru City or Bapuru County are now rejoicing, especially in that particular area. Some of them told us that it is the very first time seeing safe and clean drinking water. Some old folks, they were happy about seeing. I mean, such water, clean, very, 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 very digested one. So the people of Bopuru City, from every corner, the water supply is now there, and we hope that the aspect of sustainability can be looked at, or the maintenance, aspect, because one, the water is being carried there. You have to maintain it, those small pump and other stuff in the community. You have to work with the leadership, work with the LWSC team to make sure that the supply system it remains clean. And doing that, the MD of the LWSE told us that they still continue to carry on more projects in different counties and what have you. But that particular project was as a result of effort made by the county senator, uh, that Saint Amara Kone, who plays a budget of 250,000 United States dollars. So today the people of Bopuru City in Bapulu County are now rejoicing about safe and clean drinking water. All right, so we hope that this initiative, can go across Liberia. We want to see Mowali going. I know you started already, like Queen River G, Fishtown City, and Hapo, Barclayville, even Zoeju, carry these, these initiatives, so everyone can feel the impact, that positive impact of the LWSC or the government in terms of providing safe and clean drinking water. So yes, for now, that's what we have for you. We are going to the lines now to hear from you what's on your mind. Weekend, all right. Today is Saturday, and today is the very first day of March. March is the third month of the year. March is the third month of the year. So to those who follow us, I would love to say happy weekend, and we are following through our social media platforms like the Facebook. I love to say, or we love to say, welcome. And those who following via the radio, thank you so much for always being there, listening to us, and bringing you the information that you need, and also putting forth your recommendations. Bringing some information on wall. So yes, we have to now go on a line. Go to the line on 0777 1075 again. 0777 again. Is 0777 or the Lone Star line. There's is 0555 or 0555 So these are the numbers that you can put forth and make a contribution. Tell us what's on your mind this evening on Spoon Talk. All right, so let's go. Hello. Good evening. All right. Hello. Good evening. Okay. So, good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, are you coming on?
I'm good.
Yeah, Faye Johnson calling from Magibi.
Okay. Which part of Mangibi?
Red Folk Clement Tower Hill.
Okay. Let's hear
Yeah,
from
from
you.
Boston Clement Tower Hill.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. What you mind is the CEO, the way he talk on the platform, you don't satisfy me. Yeah. If you want to come Liberia and beat over the country, do the country, let him come. Instead of throwing jab to the government. That's all I had in my mind.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking.
So, Gage, I'm saying, let him come and be president. Let him be Waka.
Emma doing his job, it's not
You
everything.
doing no job. You doing things. You know,
Thank you so much. Let's go back to the line. We have to take other calls. Hello. Good evening.
don't get anything.
Oh man. So 077710775 or 055510107 are the numbers to call here. Good evening.
Good evening.
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Uh, this is Isaac. I call you from Nigeria.
You are calling from where? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so what on my mind is that since the essence of the government teaching like teaching to be like the problem of the country or one is the government, and I just come to realize that They pass on universal rule the government, rule the country, or through the United Nations. The United Nations was the one running the government for them. That's the reason the country or one. So if they can do more than what they're doing, I think it would be better. President resign. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making your input. Hello. Hello.
Good evening, and this is the voice of Lahaj, and I join you this evening from Grand Kitman County. For me, under this government headed by President Joseph Newman Buckeye, I think there's a chance it's also possible for him to have a good leadership. The only thing I see in his administration is that there are some people who lack ethical conduct, and those people it is of his obligation as president to take them out of his government. Or failure to do so, we always see this whole battle around. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Hello.
Good evening.
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
My name is Steven Jackson, and I call you from Monrovia.
Okay. Which part of Monrovia specifically?
Painesville, sir.
Okay, Painesville. Go ahead.
I just want to speak on the issue of drugs. Are you there?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good. Sometimes, 2000 when former President Ellen Johnson was president of Liberia, he had a lady called Inspector Beatrice Monansi. At that time, she was Inspector General. It was for an instruction, the nomenclature change for Director of Police to IG. During her time, sir, the United Nations missions in Liberia at that time confiscated a ship on its way to Mexico with huge quantity of drug. And we turned that consignment over to the Liberian government through the Liberian police and give the whole rest of the security details. And one thing I remember, my brother, one of the homeless persons said, if we allow this drug to sleep, drug will fight back. Liberia will suffer 30 years to come. The next day, that Russian guy was on his country. And now I'll tell you something. Today, even you in studio, each and every one of us have one way or the other have family members that is affected by drug. So the government needs to be serious on the issue of drug fight.
Okay.
By increasing the security to the various border lines and by changing them on a daily basis, because when the security men get too familiar with the border, they start to do bribery and selling the state. It will surprise you that the motorcyclists will take the drug, put it in his motorcycle ring, ride from Grand Bassa County to ELB Junction, all the way to Monrovia, you will be bragging.
Yes.
I'll patch you all the checkpoint and nothing happened. But when security men go and see the children smoking at one low, they want B or plus anything there. They are the problems.
All right.
Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. You spoke about rotational, assignment for the security apparatus. Hello.
Good evening, Nelson.
This is Chilo Play, Sylvester.
Oh, hey, Sylvester. Sorry, my name is Moses Tuasonya. I'm calling you from Tuporo.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, what is on my mind this evening has to do with the motorcyclist pending protest on Monday. My little brother and myself were just seeing something that they were making awareness. You see, Sylvester, what we should understand in this country is that I said my little I said people are like they tie their life to something when they out there no alternative, no. We should have a flexible plan. I want the motorcyclists to please relax that protest. We all are in sympathy with them. The very day the thing started, I was at the ESW junction on my way to town. The riot is taking place across Sylvester for God's sake. The guy was arresting cyclists that did not know about it right to Executive Junction. On one occasion again, one of my brothers, Amos Way, and I were driving to town, and the guy seen a woman in the back to arrest the back. He wanted almost all for us to hit the guy. My brother started talking to him. He said, "You don't do this. You don't enforce law at the detriment of life." Okay. And he needs to shut us. So I don't want the motorcyclists to please relax that. Let them just begin to run in the community myself, my place to them is I usually walk from the road to my home, but I'll ride back from there in the community.
Okay, yeah, all right. Thank you. So, thank you so much. But it actually seems like the motorcycle and tricycle in Liberia, the entire leadership is divided because the last time we listened to John Keon, uh, who is the head, apologizing to the Liberian National Police for the recent action carried on by the motorcyclists. All of a sudden, we saw, I mean, these cyclists again on the street threatening protests and what have you. So I think the leadership of the tricycle and motorcycle union of Liberia, it needs to do something to make sure that they have one voice, one unity. Because the last time John Keon told media practitioners that they were working with the Liberian National Police to come with one conclusion in the next, the few days. And then motorcycle just someone just doing their own thing and what have you. But let's go back to the line. Hello.
Chilote, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Chilote, I'm Civil Basso Boy in the 24th District, number 1, Grand Basso County.
Oh, okay, all the way from Grand Bassa. How is Grand Bassa this evening?
In District number 1, where I'm geographically situated, the place magnificent.
I mean, that's not boy speaking. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, very good.
All right, and you also have the chance. Maybe if you want to speak Bassa, in your comment, no problem. You can go ahead.
Actually, I want to do it in my my issue on my mind, but I want for the government to hear me.
Oh, okay, just let's go ahead. Put it in English now.
The motorcyclists, they have a planned protest on Monday, but other people are saying that the motorcycle will not come out. So let's be realistic. You told the motorcyclists they should register, they should get insurance, and someone, I think the cost almost $200 or $300 someone spend, and they jacket everything. But let's look at it. There's a job, the truck killing people right here. Why they say big and go truck? Why they say big? Because the truck and the motorcycle paying the same money. Registration. Why the motorcycle will be penalized? So I think the government need to do due diligence on both vehicles. What are that? You do anything like that, I said they will ban you because the truck people killing keke money. See the avenue the internet again. Okay, many times for the truck.
So sometimes too, I think the police they take these actions based on the number of incidents and who carry on these incidents. If you look at it, motorcyclists, we all know how they operate. Most of them, once they give them the freedom, I'm not saying all of them, but most of them, they will know how to operate, and most often they can. Accident can be caused by them actually.
Okay, so back at German last second, I want to speak to Senator Dino. Let him go. Nika said too much. You mean I'm most of our country. He said, in your check, if you have thousand, very dry. Come on, say, I'm trying to say, as in the Dino, the same way Kajo, people internet to and he won a senatorial seat. That is still we want to bring it back by saying that, then carry 5,000 as a salary. We all for Great Pastor County. When you spoiling the name of the Basole, your leadership must have country.
So
you still honor the matter.
Are you saying the light is not on again? In short,
the light is on the judge, they can't see again. You got the judge. You got to set one. They can't get a white on the set. They let go out to the place. Nothing again. So you see on the matter with lie and continue going with lie. Because you have another election, you come. That lie will not go back to joy. That way. So I want to say he is on a rescue. Who's a rescue land? That land at Jaco Lanson. The people of Great Pastor County, born in the need of the Basone, and will continue to say to you that no, they were not brother, but it's for the Basone knee. They make on no lie. the man going, without saying that he must best cash support. What the government say about the law in the country? Nothing. They don't get show. The only thing they don't get show is going to nation there. And lavish money.
All right,
We
thank you.
don't know they don't get the minimum
we know you politicians. We get the way you talk.
In most of the country.
All right.
See what they don't. They go see. It was in the world of resident. It was a general shame resident to people. But they don't pay now reach Jericho. Saying that they don't have the king. They can see the tap out. So they can play. The battle make a lot of most of the country. When you are to now, to also starting from the country, then you go to that in the battle country.
Thank you. Your message understood. You are saying DeLong's light is off. All right. The light of DeLong is off. That's what you're saying. And I think he needs to do something to put on that light. All right. So I hope he listened to you. You know. But let's go to the line. Hello.
Sylvester.
Yes, Chief. Your name and where you us from?
Sylvester, this is David King, and I do join you from the restaurant.
Go ahead, Mr. King.
Yeah. Sylvester, our cyclists, whatever that occur, I think it happened because of the police constant harassment against cyclists and motorists. Police are being in a constant habit harassing the citizens of Liberia in the name of being police officers. Look, I want you to take your camera, come to red light, okay? Come and see kind of harassment that take place there.
So just describe how are the police, harassing the motorcyclists?
Okay.
Let me get fast.
The guy will just see your motorbike moving. They come and jack the key from your motorbike. They push it to the depot.
Okay.
When they push it there, they extort money from the rider. If the rider can't get the money, they put the motorbike on chain.
Okay.
It was recent.
All right.
They command they 102 and start one guy.
All right. So thank you. We understand. Yeah. Quickly. So let's take the knuckle. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Good evening, sir.
Yes. Your name, please, and where you us from?
Thank you so much. Tonight.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes. Go ahead. You are live.
Probably I'm called to respond to the guy that called talking about. I don't know. Peter McCall. What kind of call? Let me say this. That this guy made former player. We are now we. I didn't know fully the man around here. Called as a total defender. I mean, you talk about the man. And I believe you made a man. You know, what I do say? They go Christmas. No sharing money. Maybe you never get some. On this thing you call they give you and which one of them was doing it? If you talk about how many peace I didn't give the people here. That we have that they got a football, that they got that because they were getting their free money in the name of people that were talking all kinds of things on the radio. As soon as they tell them we are losing, they're picking and you cry, it's set here. Because you know that the thing while you're eating, you not can make a no. You don't have a toilet to the now. Whether you need to video that you will say that you will do that too. Then they leave with video or two, but use the 200 to flood. Then you come and then you talk about today, but picking. If they come to United Party, you just pay for you there. You want the thing.
Thank you. It's understood. You say they were right, proper defenders, and today we now have proper defenders. And who do we have today now? No proper defender. Well, who do we have today? It's just leave it open, right? Hello.
Good evening, Jonathan. What's up?
I'm good, Chief. What's your name, please?
I'm Patrice Kamaka. I do join you from the capital of Monrovia this evening.
Okay, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I don't want you to get credence to quarters that are attacking their friend quarters. They gotta just drop the line. He don't even know how to speak well English. In the first place, he's speaking English, the Mandingo only, then he won't denigrate other person. Let's go to the issues.
Come in, please. But you also did the same, right? because you also attacking him as well.
Because
So let's just
Peter
go.
McCorry
Let's
called,
go. Let's go
Peter
straight.
McCorry
Just go.
called,
Just go.
for him to go to the
Make
issues.
a point because
you
you
already
already.
you gave him the time for him to talk to Peter McCorry. It is not the conversation you want to talk to you.
Hello.
But you come and discuss the
What I'm saying,
Hello.
you already attacking as well. You say they make us speak good English. That's an attack to him.
No,
As
but
well.
no,
So
but
let's talk about it. Make a point. What's on your mind? What's on your mind?
So
Go ahead.
let's forget about that.
Go ahead.
Let's go to
What's
the
on your mind?
issues.
Go on, please.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize on the police attitude in country. The police behaving very, very bad. Most especially, sometimes we can be on motorbike. Sometimes we all take care. We see their performance. If motorbike coming towards the police, the way they can jump in from the motorbike rider is not good. I swear to God, my brother, it's not good. Even the tricycle, when you see KK men coming, you can see police men jumping on. It's not good. That's why they go to police academy. When they go to police academy, not the way the people can teach them. They can teach them the right way, but when they come, they will do things all the way, my brother. The police are not behaving well. So have a blessed night.
So put the EFN now too. Hello.
Hello, good evening. How are you doing, Chuluple?
I'm good. What's the name, please?
This is DJ Sima, joining from a resident in Ivory Coast this evening.
Okay, let's hear from you.
Okay, so you was talking on the studio because I just went to work, but I went to the border between Ganjira and Côte d'Ivoire, Kavala, you understand? So what I got to say to you people of Liberia is you got to give chance to the Burkina Faso to do the work in Ganjira, some of the part of Ganjira here. Some of these people came from Ivory Coast to do some agriculture here. But the Liberian people cannot give chance to them, you understand? So I'm trying to urge full effort to beg the people from this Ganjira, this Yaspa, Casper, so they can give the chance to these people who came from Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou. A lot of these people put agriculture, put cacao for the development of Liberia. Come to see Ivory Coast. We call all the Burkina Faso.
All right. Hello. I'm good. Your name, please. Where are you joining us from?
I'm Musa Kamal calling from Ghana.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah. My talking point have to do with the police. Everybody have problem with the police in the country. Everybody get problem with the police. A bad person will not get problem with police. Only the violator will get problem with the police. Police will tell us not to do, they will not do it, and we'll go against it. At the end of the day, when the police take action, we began to have problem with it. Everybody get problem with the police because we don't want to do the lawful thing. So, my advice to the president not to remove Gregor Kuma. He's working. So, I will continue to push and pray that God will continue working. Yeah, by the grace of God, because his job, he's working.
All right, thank you. Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good. Your name, please. Where are you joining us from?
My name is Isaac Kofi Komba. I come from Brazil, to be best in Virginia.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, one thing that confuses me every time sponsor police brutality. My question to you people, police that human being? Police that nobody child? Police not nobody husband? Because police, you don't harm the police. You check the police. Oh, that's it. How many rocks they put through at the police? But the police get one battle and hit somebody. Oh, police brutality. The police had the funny, but the police had the police. So what the police will do? Just say, don't do nothing. Because it means you is police. So for me, the motorcycle, you're always talking about why they don't behave the way they should behave. For me, I'm 70 years old. I've been here for, I saw law and order were here in place. Police here, where so you can carry back and walk back to you when your driver like it. He's not coming to you. You go and see what happened to you.
Okay.
Today we all downgrading the police. All people want for the people to do that work.
Right.
So you just go there, they stay there, everybody just comes and say, oh, stop.
He hit you with a car. Then he report that. Oh, I put him in mobile.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you for that point. Police must be respected. Hello.
Yes, first up, question to you.
Yes. How are you? Your name, please.
Well, I'm wonderful by the grace of God.
Okay.
My name is Mohammed International, and I speak meant for social.
And you would love to amplify your voice a bit.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm Mohammed Mkane. Figure I'm saying red down with a coup.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me say, go even a common to the panelists. That's why I'm from Nigeria. You know, I think this stuff will not get that personality on the platform. Okay. But to be very honest on the platform, I hear people complaining about the security multi-service police. But I think our multi-service too, they have their own problem. That's called, they say, some of the spoke with one of two or their relative or their brother or friend from the multi-service angle, they were not part of the project granted. Okay, they were not part of what occurred for the past on Wednesday, that the situation occurred on the But this police service too, they should understand that some of our police brothers then too, they were not even in the new of the situation that occurred on Gansley Road or on Johnson Street. People from around the 72nd belt on the old road or the Congo Town belt, Suntiri and other stations. They were part of the accident situation, Gansley Road.
Okay.
But these motorcycles, then they even color the when they disturb, they even damage the situation of the devil around there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you know what for the whole fee?
All right.
The rest of the other that in the fee. Seeing it. So they then had to appeal to the RG to see her bed, for the RG to literally the bomb on there to see her bed for the situation to cool down. But they will not come out and say they were not part of the team.
All right, thank you. Thank you. A negotiation is what you are recommending. Hello?
Yeah, baby.
Your name, please.
Yeah, this is what this is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for the discussion tonight. You know, the two colors are called to the past up morning. What we everybody was talking about the because we saw what the former president was doing. So the president now he got people talking to him like for you to call a call. You are not taking place. So you are not saying, oh, they he gave the call to appreciate what I was doing. So they come up with the former president now to do the thing. So
Wait. Oh, all right. All right. Thank you. You did not lose the election. You just decided to just give it out. Right. We continue taking more calls. Hello.
Oh.
Your name, please. Where are you joining us from?
William P. Apart from Margidi country.
Okay. Please go ahead.
I want to at least give only contribution to the program. The first thing I want to do, since the MTA directors they have a few buses prepared, how other buses should be more on the main street? To the police director, never in the street. Never ever. Those are that those they should pay for it. They should. Thank you.
So now was a bit back. Hello. Yes, you are holding on the line. Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, how are you, my brother?
What's your name, please? Go ahead.
Yeah, this school has been right.
Today, Spoon, you are live on Spoon. Please go ahead.
Okay. This is Gary right here. I'm coming in here as a comfortable keke, and I'm following the conversation for district number 15, Pacific Power. That is a good evening to you. This rescue government will bring the power. Right now, okay, guys, you're feeling by the rescue government. I will have more than 1,000 power in my keke. Give me the floor before I get a fast step. Well, I'm talking to you for what you say. We get 5,300. I pay 5,000 on my debt, brother. I'm so hard for me to compete the guy. I'm 300 to pay. So I follow the government official. Everybody I want to help me. That's why I'm 300. I live there so I can be all the money I can get for myself. The government can pay for the rest of government. Come on, get nothing to do. I can get with the I won't get my number. I know it's not 383 that's my number.
All right. Thank you. We hope they listen to you. Hello. Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
My name is Yakun, calling from City.
Call us from where?
Grand City.
Oh, Grand Crew. All right. Grand Crew County.
I have a two concern.
Just summarize that.
My first concern goes to the DEA. Please, we are appealing to His Excellency, Mr. Yamada, to recall the status DEA. Now the proper man, Madigo man, because you are doing Madigo where you are employing people. Or all two guys that are bringing about DEA because things are starting to trouble there. It's talking water, news, you are not hearing nothing. And to implement one of the agenda of the president, let it benefit them, but we are appealing to him the same way he can suspend other people and bring other people back. Two, my saying is go to the police. Police RG or their command need to be changed. Reason is it is surveillance that they're beating and there was no concern, nobody having your air. But at the end result now they carry to military, the first class citizen, and they carry to immigration. The second class citizen that controls the border for any bad thing not to enter the country.
Okay.
Now they start beating them like only time people hear that people are misbehaving. So if you know that who behind the scene is the commando who bought the baton and give it to them as a weapon. That is the budget that is credited from the money went from the bank has a credit to give it to the police, the bar switch to be the citizen. That's the president found reason.
Okay.
All right. For a good legacy of his government tomorrow.
All right.
If not,
thank you.
The government will be printed.
Thank you. Hello. Your name, please.
This is Mrs. Julia Kamata Russell calling from Kongota.
Okay, go ahead.
What I mind tonight is concerning the motorcycle. Motorcycle know regard their lady for what they are doing. Why they let to violate. Everybody call and say that the poor lady, no job. But they have the courses for the country, every time they get in the street, it's a violation. The amount of accident they can cause, the amount of life they damage, nobody will go in their car, nobody will run behind them. Everybody, their life are important as all of people's lives too. By the time one accident happens, motorbike will get the motorbike get destroyed the city. Damage people, run behind people. You even standing on the sidewalk, motorbike man running behind you, they get set and they will hit you. They get violent on people.
All right. Thank you so much for making your point.
They should know how to obey the law in a country. Liberia is now a country that every law should get be violated. We should be violent people. Then we say the motorcycle the government and they say how they will eat. When you damage all up, you hit all up, you damage all up, they have to get eat too.
All right, thank you.
The police.
All right, thank you so much. I already see you here. See you.
Yeah, but Sylvester, the line is too bad. Do you have anybody to make adjustment?
Yes, I just reduced the lines. The voices were too high, and so Yes, just redo the lines.
But how you doing today, Sylvester? Chill to play.
I'm good. I just came back.
Came
for a
back from
few
where?
for bombing.
From Camp David. That Joseph Boyka over Camp David over there though. Is the president back?
No, he stayed there. I'm
You left the
sure.
puppet there. You came, Sylvester. What you trying to do so?
No, he's coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, but why you left the old man there? You came. You should have stayed there, Sylvester. I'm suspicious, man. I asked you to be a son with Joseph Boyka to I'm not there, Joe. So I asked Sylvester to be there, and he left the old man in Tommy.
And
he has
to go for service tomorrow.
He deserted post.
No, but if you have to go for service, then go for service with the puppet.
Oh, okay. Yes.
That my puppet Gibson, that my puppet over there. That's why what happened in my puppet. I just can't turn my back on Joseph Boyka. I can't. It's something about me and JMB. Yeah. All others can forsake him, but I will be there.
Even the woman can go in the night before you be laying out in front of bed. Hey, God, I beg you, my son.
Everybody can turn their back on Joseph Boyka, but me, I can never turn my back.
Should not turn his back.
The only thing I'm saying, want to come on again, but I will actually send you want to the link. I mean, yesterday the man appeared from nowhere. Today the man, so I suspected that Wanto is hacking into our system, Gibson.
Yeah, I will study that. I will go into that and see
I'm calling on all the international community to please get involved. Wanto is hacking into our system. But I want to say to you folks, everybody can lead Joseph Boyka. I will remain with Joseph Boyka. I really love the old man. But
you should be the last straw that Joseph Boyka will be holding on to. What they say?
Because we saw something. JMB and myself, we got our own agreement, and as an independent, individual like me, I would just, I support him as an independent, person though. But what are you laughing for? Why are you trying to be sarcastic?
I didn't know you independent. I thought you were, but anyway, but you keep saying you are for the Liberian people. So
that's an independent position when you are for the Liberian people, right? Yeah, but I mean, Casey, I know you're not serious. You laugh. There's something about you're laughing. You're laughing because you want to say something. So I don't believe anything else you're about to say.
The way I see Wanto that want me to laugh. Wanto is. I thought I coming, but that's not that a young man.
But today, I want us to listen to the Liberian people.
Yeah.
You see, today is Saturday, the 1st of March. Gibson, January gone.
Yeah.
February gone. We in Saturday.
March 1st today, yes.
What more? What next? Our expectation, Gibson, under this government, what have the government done? I want the Liberian people to come up. So what we're going to do, I know Paul Kennedy is coming, Akaris Bosigray is coming. The rest of the guys will be joining us. Dr. Richardson won't be here because she's off. My sister, Sis Glennie, is off. But I'm happy that the men we are going to be here, just the men. Sometimes the men got to be men. The men got to just be men.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be
awesome. Sometimes let the women just go. Let the women go.
They can post.
Yeah, I know I come to get myself in trouble, but I'm ready for a good trouble. And sometimes you really ask me, I don't want Dr. Richardson to come on sometime. I want her to take the time off. Guys, guess what? Dr. Richardson is the chairperson of the CMC Global. You listen to that today?
I saw the
Absambirity Global. If you want to do anything with that party, that Dr. Richardson, you got to go to anything.
I don't know.
Opposition is kind of better than before. Then she was 1%.
Yeah, you bet you want trouble.
When you are chilling with
I'm
1%
not going to go into your trouble. Please, I won't do such a thing. But that Richardson is, Lena, you can watch. I mean, I get a feedback though. Just gives it that you doing something on your phone last semester. No, I think that I want to. Linda, you can watch, but today, know that Richardson and know how you call the other woman? That Richardson who?
I don't think
Glendy. Glendy?
Yeah.
Yeah, they all of them stay up today. What? We tired, man. What? You are we tired, man, for real.
Yeah.
No. But ask the men out there if they're not tired.
Today. So many. This is men's show today. We'll see.
Yeah, man, we
see
tired.
How the men can handle things.
And Fode say he coming though. Fode was here last night. I like what Fode doing with the bond mine concession, the China Union or something. But some guys that said Fode setting scrap from the bond mine. And I think it was a lie, right? I think so. But then they sent me a video. I have a pictures and video. I said, how can Fode family sell scraps? You know, they put it in the truck and they sell it for 1,000, 1,005. So I asked the guy, I said, can you send me the video and evidence as to Fode family selling scrap? I saw the video and Fode is not in the video. So then I asked the guys, I said, but why are you accusing Fode? Then you know one of them tell me, but CEO, you expect Fode to be in video? No, Fode got to come in. Yeah, Fode got to come in.
Fode can't answer to it. They can't answer.
So guys, but I don't know. And I received information that the lawmaker then today, this weekend, they're receiving $30,000 each from the bank. So something about the budget and the money they receive. And Honor Richard Kuhn, we are digging deeper into this story.
Right.
All right. So I will read exactly, and I have some documents. Maybe I'll wait for our Carlos Gray and the rest of the guys there, and for us to talk. Today we celebrate again our brother Jerome Pierre had a memorial service for his mother in Grand Bassa. Yeah. We're going to show a little bit. You know, Jerome Pierre and myself go back and forth, you know. One day he doesn't like me, another day I really don't like him. I don't get a hang up with him, but it's okay. That's a man-to-man relationship, you know. Right. And one day he vests with me, another day I vest with him. It is why it is, but that's Jerome Pierre. But he had his mother memorial service today, and we wish them well. Again, we remember the family. Dr. Richardson, we got the Musa Hassan Bedete political party. Yeah, he's a political leader now for CMC.
Yeah, what Dr. Richardson said? Really, Gipsy? I thought I used to like him.
Then you have something that took place. Gregory Kuma say, my people, after we charge some people then for the capital building also, we decided to bring international investigator. What's going on here? They bring in international investigator after they put people online for. I mean, if I tell you, say Gregory Ty, you think that joke, right? And I didn't know Gregory and myself are related. Gregory and myself, everybody think like Gregory and myself related, but I still beating them.
The international investigator, they're bringing them for the capital building.
They're already, now they bring it. They're in the country already.
But that what they put in the cart before the house. What they did. So they arrested people, they're charging people.
They're charging people. They have made so many arrests.
I mean, that's a good
They are arresting lawmakers.
That's a good topic to discuss.
They called J. Marvin Cole, and I will call J. Marvin Cole. He went there last week to testify. They called Dixon Sibo and Abu Kamara. They are calling Frank Safoko. They are calling Speaker Funanti Kofa. But through it all, They just brought in international investigator, people that know about fire. So then the Liberian people say, why is this government working in reverse? Why are they going backward? But you know, we got a representative from the Liberian National Police. His name is Paul K. Kennedy. He will speak to that when we get to him. I have never seen anything like that. Paul Kennedy is a representative of the Liberian National Police. The man that will actually speak when the Liberian National Police gives him receives $6.1 million. The man said, but the money that's small money, so we can't pay the police. Liberian National Police received $20.9 million in the last year.
Yes, I'm not going to say anything on that Liberian National Police thing. Listen, because nine of the $26 million were in salary. They're not telling you that one. But they're not telling you that. But what he's telling you, he's making you to believe that I'm a representative of Liberian National Police.
But you are interrupting me. You were saying,
I'm sorry for interrupting you. Let me let you finish. Now I can't give you my point.
And here's the problem. And this is why you guys like small talk. Gibson, here's the problem. Yesterday was Paul Kennedy's birthday. Today is not his birthday. We should attack Paul Kennedy. Yesterday was his birthday. Right now, I can see the reason why his hair on his mouth because he's talking to Gregory Coleman right now. He had his calling.
Why you put your bed for your mom too?
I move my hand with my mouth because I wanted like people to see that I'm not talking to anybody. But still don't want you to believe that I'm talking to Gregory Coleman. I move my hand with my mouth.
So, ladies and gentlemen, listen. I will send a link to you. We really want to ask you what's going on here. Let me come to tell you
how the 26 million were used.
No. But everybody will talk. I got Raymond Sumo. Raymond, how you doing today? It's good to see you. I have Lucretia Nelson. Lucretia, there's no female on the show today. All you're going to do, you're just going to watch. No female coming on today. Peter Omar Manoa. Omar from Golden King Manoa, how you doing? David Richard, it's good to see you. Shaki Tote, as always, my brother Shaki. Janice, good to see you. Fede Bada, Fede Kiamo, and all of you that are joining us, we ask you, please let us know where you're joining us from. This guy, Paul Kennedy, make me laugh. The tears coming from my eye. I can't really see well. Paul Kennedy put hand. Anytime you see Paul Kennedy put hand to him, he's talking to Gregory Coleman. Eric, it's good to see you. Saturday, it's good to see you. Sherman, as always. Status, it's good to see you. Adolphus, Weekly Chili, as always. Thank you for joining us. Keman Kamara, thank you for joining us. We're going to share the link with you. If you want to come on the show, come for 1 minute and say your own, and then we want to hear you. We got a lot of story. Our brother, his name is Paul Kennedy. He's here. Wanto is here. Jeru the Nangbe Gibson is here. We're going to bring in the former district number 8 representative. They are Carlos Moses Gray. He's in the house. I want to say to all of you, thank you for joining Spoon. Sylvester, can you please share the link? Just drop it in there. Everybody will come and say their own. We want to hear from the people today. Every Saturday going to be the People's Show. Every Saturday, it's going to be the People's Show. So every Saturday, just make it a duty to come say your own. We talk from Monday to Friday. Saturday, you're going to come and talk to us. Ask us your question. Don't be afraid. Come in picture, in video. Ask us your question. Ask us any question of the week. Ask Paul Kennedy whether he's running in Babylon again as representative or senator. Ask Gibson Jerry which side he on, if he still supporting Tewan Gonglo. Ask Wanto why he ran all of Liberia when he was supporting several best loyalty and the Nicotech scam. Ask Wanto why he supported Nicotech. Ask Honorable Carlos Moses Gray why he lost the election to Prince Toll. Ask me any question whether I still support Jose Yiman Bwaka. But I can answer you right now. Yes, I do. Because Jose Yiman Bwaka is my papi. So today is the day the Lord has made. We are going to rejoice and be glad in it. Do you know something? Dr. Richardson on Spoon Talk. She's the global chair for CMC Musability Party. Do you know that Musability is a political leader? But something I got for you, Liberty Party is dead. Musa put his hand up today. Everybody from Liberty Party left and went to Musa program. Liberty Party, they tried to find a political leader, whether it's Yombly, whether that's DeLong. I received information. My former Spoon Talk host say he's no longer part of Liberty Party. Ben Sembi, he's going to join Musability. I received that information. And when I saw that thing, I began to laugh. I'm not trying to bomb off Ben, right? But let me be serious for the sake of God, folks. And just I beg you, talk to me on this one. Ben left from Chastity. He went to Judy Bryan. From Judy Bryan, he went to Madame Salih. From Madame Salih, he went to George Manawia. But before going to George Manawia, he went to who? Alexander Cummings. Right.
So why is it Ben a political Obojo?
Ben is a political grasshopper. I will not say Obojo. The man went to Mr. Cummings when the press was right. From Mr. Cummings, Ben went ahead and said he's supporting, he slapped off to Joseph Boakai. But you know, Joseph Boakai was a poor candidate, so he branched off to Jowia. We have the famous video. We have Ben Sembi, we have Costa, and the rest of them. Can you find that video for us, Sylvester? When they were saying, we're eating, we're licking, you know, they were going like this, we're licking. Find that video for us.
All right, let me check for it.
Today, I can tell you guys, information reaching the Spoon decks. Ben new political party at CMC. Politics made few bad fellows. I'm surprised that Ben Sembi going to join CMC. So therefore, Ben Sembi and Dr. Richardson will be in the same party. Gibson, talk to me. I'm doing my own opening. Gibson, are you seeing what I'm saying yet? You're muted, Gibson. But Paul Kennedy, are you seeing what I'm saying though? Because Ben Sembi make a decision. I'm not going to discuss Ben. Ben is not the topic of conversation. I care less about that dude. You know that. But the man going to join Musability Party.
And his global coordinator is Dr. Richardson.
Yeah. And Musa is telling me, Musa will be on one-on-one with the Spoon Talk tomorrow. Musa will be here tomorrow. Musa is telling me Ben will be the coordinator in Atlanta. Is that where he lives? Atlanta, Georgia, right? Where? Somewhere over there.
Is he in Atlanta? I thought Ben was in North Carolina.
North Carolina, thank you. So I don't know what the man live, man. I don't know these people anymore. So, and I asked Musa, I said, Musa said, oh man, the man was a Liberty Party man, now he's coming over. I said, yeah, I don't blame. Yeah, actually, you know that was Musa bought. Musa, Fonati, Kofa, Conway, all of them from the same umbrella. Israel, Arkansas. So all of them going beyond Musa.
Oh, well, then Musa is collecting more of these people.
But you see, but Jeru, you know, it's a pattern in Liberia where most people move between political parties because of what they can get. So I don't see why. No, that's not what I'm saying about Ben.
No. You want to discuss Ben as political?
No. Ben is my brother. Listen, don't let Chairman Ben come after me. Ben,
no. Get it. No. Let's get it quick. You just call a man political hopo, and now you say they're going for what they do.
But you're calling grasshopper. What is the difference between hopo
and grasshopper? Is better than hopo Joe. Grasshopper is better than hopo Joe.
So no, but Paul Kennedy, you are right. A lot of people go to political parties because what they can get. That's true. Most people, when they know that they can go in there and get their way and get what they want, they go in there, and if they are with certain party and what they are looking for, they're not getting it, they break away. Like, you know, people like me, I'm with Gonglo. Gonglo didn't get money, but we there, you know. So before I jump, I gotta be sure whether Gonglo is no longer in the race. If he's in the race, we have to fight to see where he goes. But that's true. I mean, Ben have been going between parties, and we'll see what his relationship with the Musa with the CMC. Councillor Gonglo did the swearing of Musa ability today, this morning, and this afternoon. I mean, we'll see what happens. But
let me be fair though. And a lot of people now begin. I hate to pick on Ben, right? I really don't want to elevate Ben in this discussion, Wanto. But Wanto, we are all young people, young in a sense that just look at you, look at me in the next 10, 20 years, 12 years from now, we'll still be around strong with the grace of God. But you understand that I can put a picture up. I mean, what say you, Wanto? Don't be afraid.
Oh no, I mean I think one thing that I really feel proud of is the fact that we have a thriving democracy, transitioning from a political party system, from true wing party to a system where anyone can aspire for the presidency. But the interesting thing here is that the Liberian people know exactly what will be at stake in 2029. So you can create 100 party as it is. 2029 still remain United Party versus CDC.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about, yeah, but I'm not into the creating party Wanto. I'm looking at the individuals that are jumping from one area to another. Speak to that. Don't try to run away from that.
The thing is, right, CEO, is that people join political party for specific interests. There will always be interest in political party,
So you think Ben is joining, Ben is moving now because when the press is right, we got to be very clear now, Gibson. When the press is right, I don't
know what interest. First of all, we haven't verified the information yet that he actually joined the political party.
No, but I'm saying that I spoke to Musa. They didn't say you verify information. Are you saying you're lying?
No, I'm not saying you're lying. The man had to officially declare intention publicly. Anything you have.
But Musa is a political leader.
I mean, what I would say, CEO, I mean, at the end of the day, we'll all be interested in political party,
Again, they call you in the face because you're talking to somebody. But again, though, I just want also understand something, right? I mean, how can one man or bad bad? Where the many? What's the many? Gibson.
Kakulapoto.
Kakulapoto.
The normal day, the normal day, Kakulapoto.
Kakulapoto said he wouldn't hang the clothes where the ring and where the sock and shine.
Is that who do you want, though? Who do you have, though?
Who do you carry, though?
So are we having the modern day Kakulapoto yet? No, on a serious note, before we go,
parties Benson before passport now.
You say how many party Benson coming from? Let's go ahead. Wait, I got a picture. Benson, John, we are Benson, can't wait. Benson, John, we are Benson, Councillor Brunskin, Benson, Alexander Cummings. When the price was right, I would easy $10,000. Ben Sammy, my jewel. Ben Sammy, man want to ALP and all? Remember, let him be so I beg you just start showing him.
Okay, so ALP, AFC, Liberty Party, CDC. Now we come to CMC. Okay, I think we are reaching Boto's prescription.
Yeah, I don't know why you want to find.
Jerry, let me tell you something. The old man, Brunson was mad with a boy.
Oh yeah.
He was. The man want to Baga, right? But Baga never have money in the beginning checker. I mean, I buy your doing that bad. Great. Stop sending me pictures, great.
You did a thing from facility. You want to United Party.
Great. Stop sending me this picture.
What are you talking about?
Great. Stop sending me the picture, Honorable Grace, please. I beg you.
Gibson, why stand on laughing at Benjamin? CDC.
Great.
CDC.
My man, nobody gonna even listen to that because how the
CDC brought Senator and the Monrovia, they put in political for 2 weeks.
My man, get your friend channel talk. You don't even know politics who you want to.
Can you confirm that someone was with CDC?
No other party.
No, but
can you confirm?
Great.
Can you confirm that Stanton and others were with CDC?
Yeah, but Greg can say that.
Stanton.
No, Stanton have friends in CDC, not more CDC.
Listen, I know who I am, but listen, I have pictorial evidence, right, of this person we're talking about. He went to Joseph Boaga. He said, Joseph Boaga, God focus. Look at that t-shirt, God focus. Joseph Boaga laugh at him. They begin check up. Remember as far as when Charlene Bronsky off. When Charlene Bronsky was VP to Cummings. Particularly, let me fair, my brother. Let me fair. I mean, this is Liberty Party thing. But to see that Ben is leaving Youngly, leaving Liberty Party, I mean, what I want to say to everybody here, Ben is moving away to Musa ability.
Jesus.
The man is moving away to Musa ability. I think it's something to think about though. As a young man in Liberia, I don't know how you'll be jumping like that. I'm not going to call this brother any name, but to each his own. And our country is to a place right now that anybody can just flip flop and jump from one political. If I jump, where I will be concerned about Ben.
But Ben, let's be realistic. Ben had not joined any political party besides the Liberty Party.
So it's just affiliation, right?
No, Ben has supported candidates in runoff elections. Yes. Same Ben with Alexander Cummings and Charlene is the Liberty Party collaboration in the last election. Okay. Ben was an advocate and then Chancellor appointed him. So obviously he got a relationship with Joel.
Okay.
Notwithstanding, he supported the Liberty Party, he supported Councillor Bronsky in all of his elections. And when runoff comes, he makes a decision. In 2023, he made a decision in the runoff election.
So
it will be unfair. I mean, obviously, Joseph Boakai and President Weah, both of them were, talking to people for the runoff election. So if Ben took picture of President Weah and took picture of President Boakai, I don't see any crime in it.
Okay, I mean, the only thing I would tell you, I go back to the Bible. Back to the Bible. Ben is like a rolling stone. The Bible says, an unstable man, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. But you know what they say about a rolling stone? A rolling stone gather no mud. Ben is like a rolling stone. Ben is joining.
I can pull out scripture and send it to you.
Ben is joining. He's joining Liberty Party, Musa ability. I got no problem with it. But I think Musa will be in a problem because the forces within Musa ability party, and just understand that they will be fighting each other. While we're talking about that, let's talk about Musa ability party, gentlemen. Welcome to the show. Let's leave Ben Senvi alone. He's a Liberian like every one of us. He hailed from Senegal, but let's leave him alone. I'm just going to put that in there. Yeah, but Ben from Senegal, who really don't know that. But let's leave it alone. Tualu, long time no see.
I miss you. I miss you.
Is that Tualu? It's good to see you, my friend. It's good to see you.
I miss you. I just pop in to say how you guys doing.
All is well. All is well.
Yes, sir.
All is well. Wanto, it's good to see. I don't know who gave you our link, but you're making progress. Whoever gave you that link, say thanks to them. I will find out pretty soon. Honorable Akaris Moses Gray, I heard that you and Fadiga's brother make peace yesterday. We saw your picture on Facebook, and Fadiga brother took an oath not to insult your way anymore. Say that?
I've not been at war with anyone. My political life is different from my interaction with people. All across the country, everyone knows that. I'm one of those who eat and sit with my Unity Party friends on the social table. Everyone knows that publicly.
But we are doing a new spin every Saturday moving forward. I spoke to the management of Spoon Network, and I spoke with the team Spoon, the leadership of Spoon, headed by Dr. Richardson, who is off today. I just want to inform everybody on Saturday will be the People's Day. We come here and listen to the Liberian people. They want to come in, we'll share the link, they will call in, we'll listen to them. They have questions for people, we have to answer the question. Monday through Friday, we do all the talking. Saturday for the Liberian people. So I beg you, Sylvester Chudoplay, please share the link. They have questions for each and every one of us. We're from diverse background, trust me. Nobody belongs to one political party on the show. We got the Lennon, we got CDC, we got LPP. Wanto, what's your party? You independent?
CDC.
Oh, you CDC?
The thing is probably CEO.
No, I really didn't know. Seriously, I didn't know that. I thought your party was Cyril Besto party because you're protecting her nicotech that is not existent. Which party you belong to, sir?
The People's Party, Liberian.
Liberian People's Party. Okay.
Yeah.
LPP.
You cheated. No way. I know which party belongs to. The man is just like SNV. The man was ANC.
We want to bring in the corner.
CDC.
The corner Remy. The last time I checked, you were with the CPP. You always see people, but welcome to the show, brother.
NDPL, man, NDPL.
Does that party still exist?
The corner party from the 80s.
Oh, yeah? Colonel Gray, welcome.
Colonel Gray, quite hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I come ahead.
Hey, Stanton, thank you, man. But in the 1980s, I was a soldier, so I was not, by law, I was not identified.
I mean, what the shit about our NDPL people were?
Yeah, man.
I wasn't.
But one good thing we can say, gentlemen, I want us to start a conversation. Then we're going to bring in the guys. The guys going to go ahead and talk to us. Again, Chudoplay, please, can you share the link? If you can, just let me know. I will try to do it from my end. Post the link in the chat room. We want to bring everybody on. We hope you will be able to come on. We're not going to the phone line in this segment. We'll share the link. You come, you say your own, and you go. You can ask anyone question, anyone on the show, and we'll do our best to answer. The show is your show every Saturday. Let's make some progress here. I know we are starting late, 7 minutes to 5 and 7 minutes to 10 in Liberia. Gentlemen, we are yet till only 6:30, the latest. Today is Saturday. We want to do a fast show. All right, we'll try our best because it's so tiring, but here we are, again, sacrificing for the Liberian people. May God grace our program today as we have fun. Everything I say about Ben Sevi, you know that was fun. I spoke to him today and he knew I was going to say this, so it's nothing that I'm saying there behind him. Gibson Jerry, welcome to the show. Paul Kennedy, likewise. Want to welcome Honorable Karis Gray, welcome Mr. Duadu and the people's welcome. Retired Colonel Ed Remy Gray, it's good to see you. Let's talk about the fire incident and let's talk about the guys that go into Liberia. It's been almost 3 months. And here we are talking about fire international fire investigators arriving in the country. What say you, Gibson?
It's good to be done with me. For me, it looks like what we wanted for the police, the fire service, and the justice ministry to do from the beginning. That is what they are doing after they are taking a lot of actions. A fire incident happens, they did not even talk about bringing international investigators, people who have idea in fire and who can determine where the fire started from, what kind of fire is it. They did nothing like that. Gregory Como, without any fire training, he went on his press conference and declared that the fire was caused by an sealant. He already told that the gasoline people use, they light the gasoline in 3 places, if I'm not mistaken. So he already determined that. Based on Gregory's press conference, even though the fire service chief, who was at the same press conference, said they determined the cause of fire by their observation, not by Gregory's standard. Gregory's standard was, he determined it, he said it was thoroughly investigated, and it was some assailant that were used by individuals in 3 places. The fire started in 3 places. So they put the gasoline here, the one on the other side put the gasoline, the other side put the gasoline. They let it here, they let it there, they let it there. But the fire service man said they observed it looks like gasoline or assailant. Now, our expectation was, and guys, it is just fair. It's fair to themselves, it's fair to the Liberian people, it's fair to people who they're going to accuse, it's fair to the investigation itself, that you don't know what you're doing. Bring people who know what they are doing. Simple. All they needed to do, the U.S. embassy is right here. They can fly anybody over by overnight. You ask them, they agree with you. They can contact experts in America, get them on the plane the next day, they can come. Now they started arresting people. They started some people for investigation. They are indicting people. Then you come back to bring investigators to investigate something that you indict people. So if the investigators come and say the reason you indicted the people is not the reason why the fire was caused, then what happened? Are you going to? What are you going to do? You're going to pay? You're going to settle them? So this is the wrong way of. I think the government is backpedaling. It's walking back. Government they really do that. They're walking backwards. That's the way I see it. It is very bad for our country. It is not good for the government image. It's not good for the police image. It's not good for the fire service image. It's not good for investigation. It's not good for the Liberian people. And most of all, it is bad for those who are already being indicted, those who are already being sent through the motion, who are already going through the legal process. It is not fair for them. And I think it's unfair, and I think they should release all the people and let them wait for the expert to make the decision before they go after people. They should just declare everybody to go. Okay, you'll go, we bring expert now. The experts are going to investigate. When they finish investigating, when your name is mentioned, we'll come for you back. But can they do it? Because of shame, they will not do it.
Thank you very much. I'm Paul Kennedy. What's your take on this? And we'll listen to Gregory because he spoke. Then let's just make something out of this. Fire took place December 18. I believe I'm correct. December 18 to January to February, we emerge international fire team in the country. Paul?
Well, thank you, Stanton.
Can we mute, guys, please?
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Good evening to all of the Liberians that are watching with us, my colleagues on the panel. Happy birthday to my sister, Bobby Zina White. I hope you are enjoying your birthday wherever you are. You're normally a very good contributor to Spoon, so we're looking forward to seeing you tonight, or maybe you're going to enjoy yourself. But I partly agree with my brother Gibson, right? Because the normal routine would be the incident occurred, and then you get people to do professional forensic investigation, and then you indict, you begin to round people up to indict and investigate them. But there's also another procedure where the incident could occur. You identify, just based on perception of rationale, you identify persons of interest who could be probably related or linked to the incident. And those persons of interest will be under investigation, and they will tell you this is a preliminary investigation until we wait to see experts who will come to conduct the more professional, evidence-based investigation. Now, am I saying the process they used in Liberia was right or wrong? No, that's not what I'm saying. Because we all saw that there was a lot of prejudice already given to this investigation in Liberia. The president came the first day, he said it was arson. without even knowing, but we don't know the detail the president had making that pronouncement, right? So we really need to pay attention to look at the trend of the processes they are using into continuing to do the investigation on this matter. But I don't know what rationale they are using. So at this point in time, I will not be too quick to say they are wrong or they are right. But I know there are several ways you can pursue to be able to hold people accountable in these kinds of investigation. And I'm not a fire expert, so I will not probe into that matter too long.
Paul Kennedy, thank you. Let me bring in our Honorable Gray. Then we're going to go one to Mr. Duado and Connor Gray. Honorable Gray, what's your take?
Yeah, I think we share the same view. Maybe it's just that I may put it a little bit different. The entire court matter is flawed. There is no way that the government can be definitive in the cause of the fire outbreak. Take people to court, intimidate them. They are going for full trial now. They're in the middle of it. You take government resources because you already know what happened. So why are you bringing people again? You bring them to establish whether it's an arson or not. That's why when I say Gregory Coleman should be dismissed, people want to get vexed. Because that pure administrative ineptitude, extreme administrative ineptitude. He's not a fire expert. In fact, the entire area has been contaminated. The press people went into that place. A lot of people walk within that place. The place was never secure, so there's contamination. And when I listened to one of the guys that said Gregory was a friend of mine, I don't know what are the guys they brought from the fire expert, but I listened to him religiously on another program, I think the closing argument. And he said, in fact, if there were petroleum product that were used, it may have evaporated with the time frame. He said that. He said you may not, because he even said that you may not be able to establish. Because he says sometimes even the rocks that are being used, the synthetic, all kind of things we're talking about. Okay, he said another thing is that the area has been contaminated. It has been compromised because the entire place should have been secured. You saw camera people going in and all of those things. So at the end of the day, why would the government take taxpayer money to bring people in to do examination when the government already knew? The president said that arson. The police director said that arson. Let's be fair. So what are they trying to do? Okay, I think the guys who go into court should inform the court officially that the government people they are unserious. The evidence they brought, they cannot even justify the evidence they have to send for people after bringing it to court. We must condemn that entire thing is flawed. The government has no evidence. They're trying by all means to indict people, to destroy them. There is zero evidence on the part of the government. They ran around recording that don't correlate. Intimidated people, torture them. At the end of the day, just to take the money that police officers standing on the sidewalk should be paid. Gregory took that money, brought his friends then into the country, and to get a
Are you saying those guys are friends to Gregory Coleman?
Now, Gregory friend, Gregory know them. Some of them, Gregory interacted with them in the United States of America. Public record. Now, that's strangers.
Okay.
No, but that's strangers. One of those guys banging the country here.
Let's keep the 2 minutes. I mean, we're going to have good time today. Let's keep the 2 minutes. I want to hold you there. I want people to understand that you calling them our friends. Hold on 1 minute. We'll get back to you. Please allow the others to speak.
I want
to talk to me. I mean, the way in which Gray is taking this conversation now, Akaris Gray is taking this conversation now, you're going to open more eyebrow as to the credibility of these guys that have entered the country. Talk to me.
So, CEO, there is one thing that I found. The first major flaw of this entire scenario was the presidential statement. The president declared immediately in his first statement that the entire situation was arson. So the definition of arson here is that it's considered deliberate setting of fire on a property of malicious intent. It is completely a criminal intent. that has to be done either by individual or that also have to be, that require forensic evidence to justify it. On investigation process, to justify arson, you have to have signs of accelerant, which is there is gasoline, there is chemical, then indicating intentional ignition. There should be multiple point of ignition, and there should be absence of a natural cause. So if the government suspected this from an initial intent, why the government refused to bring international experts to justify their claim? So what we saw here was immediately the situation came about, there was preconceived conclusions. There was delay in international expertise, and there was immediate conclusion on the basis of political. Maybe to some extent, the president was concerned and he made a statement. We saw Gregory Coleman. Immediate step was to be able to justify the president's statement without allowing the investigation play independently or naturally. So the flaw here is that Gregory Coleman, knowing that the president said this is arson, all the investigation was centered around arson. And like you said, CEO, after 3 months, it's impossible to bring international experts when you already made conclusion on the entire scenario. So again, you're finding the police failing extensively in a public case that requires Liberians to be able to trust expertise in it. And this is very, very worrisome, because what happened next? If the forensic team that right now declared that the presidential statement from the initial point was wrong, would they publicly, produce that conclusion to the Liberian people to see it? I doubt it. Because what we see here now is that they will definitely create a scenario where even the expertise will justify their current investigation. So for me, I think there's no need to have expertise when you already made a conclusion on an entire scenario. Even if you follow
Thank you very much. So thank you, Wanto. And ladies and gentlemen, please share the show. Find us on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram. We are on TikTok. Just for TikTok Spoon, you'll find us on TikTok. We are on Snapchat, right? We want you to find us and let's have fun. Dwalu, on this fire issue, what say you, my brother?
Yeah, it's Walter, man. I miss my people. I miss you guys been training the whole time, Colonel Gray. It's a pleasure to see you again, my brother Kennedy, Mr. Hey, Jeru, what's poppin', man? Stanton, it's a pleasure. Look, Dwalu was still far away from politics. My issue, I would say this directly. Every time, whatever happens in the country that costs the government a lot of money, I mean by direction, the Liberian people a lot of money, we politicize it, and then everything, the water get muddy, and then the capital building burns, and we spend $2-3 million to go ahead and fix it. Does Gary Corbin tell the Liberian people why he brought the experts in the country? We don't know that. Did it say explicitly why the expert was brought into the country? The duration of time that have elapsed as it relates to the fire, what are they going to find? The site's already been contaminated. My issue here is where people getting all this money from that we're going to take and do fire investigation. Every time something happens in the country center, we don't try to find solution to make sure that doesn't happen again. We prolong the process, pull money from out of Bapolu, pull money from out of Kimau, and then we put it into something that is not a spend in the country. For me, that bothers the living hell out of me because we don't have money when we are taking these meager resources and literally putting into venture that is not helping the country. It hurts me greatly. But I miss my people, man. Just a pleasure to be back in touch.
So Donald, thank you for coming back. But you asked a question before I go to my brother, Conor Gray. Yes, Gregory spoke on this. The answer to your question, he spoke while the people were brought in the country. And I'll also be bringing in Winford Russell to also speak on the game. Indeed, you also a political Zoom right now. So let me play what Gregory said today, and we'll bring a retired corner at Remy Gray. This is Gregory today.
So these experts are here to work along with us in our ongoing investigation. They're not opening a separate investigation outside of what we're doing, but rather to work and support us to fill the gaps in areas that strengthen our investigation even further. We have agreed that we'll have a joint press briefing after the work, so when it is done, we'll call you all together so that we can sit and give you more detail on their behavior. So for now, we'd like to start at that particular point. So our first question, I move.
All right, so I think though it's kind of low, I'm going to send it to Gibson for him to fix it up for us. But again, you should understand that Gregory spoke to it. You want to say something real quick?
Yeah, 2 seconds. Stanton, this is what baffles me. It baffles the mind every single time. Every time when something happens in the country, our own librarian that we should be training to improve their expertise, we always lean to foreign and Western locations that because when women say they're good, that everybody can learn. Look, this country will never develop if we continue on this route. We have to trust us to do us right, or else we remain in this state. I mean, the team, my man.
I'm going to bring in a Liberian also that know these guys because Conor Gray, and I get a report what Conor Gray is saying. Some people are buying into it and say Conor Gray is right. These are friends to Gregory. I cannot speak to that. Winford Russell will come to
Gray.
I'm sorry, Akaris Gray. Akaris, you are quite correct. You know what I would say? I would just call you Akaris. They got a great name messing me up.
No, just call me Akaris.
Yeah, I will call you Akaris. Let me bring in Ed Remy Gray. Eddie, talk to us, my friend. What say you and what you heard from Gregory?
Stanton, I would have it would have baffled me had they coming to establish a brand new investigation. My hope was that they build on what the previous investigators came up with. Let's not forget that it is not impossible to solve a cold case. When you have the right expertise, they will introduce new theories to reestablish the fact. To sit there and say because the area has been 3 months since the fire got into it, these people will not be able to establish based on their own expertise. Firstly, I would hope that we'll vet them outside of them being friends of whoever. Are they up to the job? What are their credentials? What are their successes and failure? Let's go back in and see. Huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's go back in and see what cases these guys have solved in the past. Instead of making conjecture on their own expertise, they have a different set of expertise from those of the individuals who have touched the case. So they're coming with brand new theories. Firstly, they probably might include those who were assigned on the ground to protect the building. That's one thing we haven't heard about. So I will not dismiss them outrightly because we feel that Gregory them have messed the case. So therefore, these new experts that are coming now who have longevity of service, who have expertise, rightful credential, will mess up the case because of what President Buckeye or any other person. Matter of fact, they're blind to those facts about presidential declaration on this issue. They're coming with one expertise to solve a cold case that we all feel is unsolvable, and that's the mystery they're coming to solve, my brother.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing the fire incident since December 18. Once we increase the volume on that clip, I'm going to play it again. But while we do that, I will be bringing in Winford Russell. He's from Minnesota, the former city council, Winford Russell. And before we do that, folks, let's go back to our cars. Representative Gray, what's going on here? Now, Conor Gray said, please don't take that right. Let's talk about professionalism here.
Yeah, but let me differ with Conor Gray. Conor Gray is a trained security expert. Very trained. It's somebody that I respect a lot. For Conor Gray to even allude to the fact of contamination, with all doing security science, Conor Gray is fully cognizant of the fact that once a crime is committed on the scene is secured automatically. It's of public record that area was open up, media people went all in. They never secured that place. The place burned like that. In fact, at a point in time, the police left the entire Capitol building. For Conor Gray to say that all the people they are experts, you take Gregory friend, you say expert, what just you bringing your friends? When you have dealt with them before, when you have accused people already. So you brought your friend in to justify your accusation. Doesn't raise eyebrow with all the aspects.
You have it. Your internet is slipping. Your internet is slipping. I hope we can have you back. Welcome to the show, Winford Russell. It's good having you. Before we bring you in, Akaris, you got to go out and come back in.
Is contaminated. There's no debate about that.
All right, Akaris, let's have you go out and come back in. Your internet is being very terrible, but these are Winford, welcome to the show. I know you're going to call these gentlemen names. The team, it's good to have you. They are from your area. They are from Minnesota. If I'm in your area, you have them. And also, they are in Liberia currently, where you see them standing in the middle of the Capitol building where the burning took place. People are asking, man, is this too late? Why now? Mr. Russell, talk to us.
Thank you, Stanton, and it's always great being on your platform. It's good to see all my good friends, Dualu and Conor Gray and Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Giroux, Wantu, and all of the folks who are listening and watching this podcast. Thanks, Stanton, for bringing me on to try to clarify some issues and put into perspective what's going on. For starters, I'm sorry, the former Representative Gray is not on. Hopefully he's listening, but it is absolutely blatantly false that these individuals who are part of this fire team are now in Liberia know Gregory Coleman. Gregory Coleman don't know them, have never met them, not friends with them, even though Gregory Coleman lives in Minnesota, or has a home in Minnesota, his family lives here. He doesn't know these individuals. I introduced Gregory Coleman to them when he recently came to the U.S. He's never met these individuals before, even though they have been back and forth in Liberia for the past 10, 12 years or so. They were very active during the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration, when President Boakai was then vice president. They worked very closely with the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration to build the capacity of the Liberian National Fire Service. I know this because I was involved in that endeavor as an advocate. I was not on the city council at the time. And we also work with them very closely with Chief Perlman, who currently leads this team. I work with him very closely when I led the Ebola response project in Southeast Liberia during the Ebola crisis. He was then the fire chief here in Brooklyn Park. So that's how I know him, and we've developed a really good friendship over the years. He's been back and forth to Liberia. He's worked very closely in training and building the capacity of the Liberian National Fire Service. President Boakai knows him personally and have worked with him over the years for a very long time. So they understand the context, they understand the culture, they know many of the people there at the Liberian National Fire Service. The only time they've been absent was this the 6-year period of the WIA administration. But since then, they've been very active and very involved with the Liberian National Fire Service. And I met Chief Perlman in Liberia during the inauguration, during President Boakai's inauguration. He was there, we met, and there was another fire chief who is from Fairfax County, Virginia. He's of Liberian immigrant stock. His name is John Butler. So both Chief Perlman and John Butler have been going back and forth in Liberia, working and training Liberian fire service officials, providing equipment and all of that. Gregory Coleman does not know any of these individuals. I can tell you that for free, for a fact. Now,
let's call you there, Winfred, because this is important. We're going to listen to Gregory Coleman again. Play, can you put up the better version of that recording. But I want to ask you though, if you say Gregory Coleman don't know them, they're saying I have nothing to say. He knows those folks. Well, why do you think it's late now?
Well, I don't think it's late. And so when we first approached this issue, like, so give you some context here. When the fire first took place, many of the people who follow me on social media, because I've been for a very long time. I've been a booster of law enforcement in Liberia, just supporting the efforts, and they were doing some good things. We try to support it as best as we can. You know, I work with Patrick Sudu, I work with Jefferson Koji, I've worked with all of these guys over the years to try to provide resources to them, make some connections and all of that. So it's not been party driven because I'm not.
So you say it's not late, then
no, it's
why
not,
now?
Yeah. So the current government did reach out to them, you know, but never followed through. So that's part of why, you know, it's happening now. So when the police came to, when Chief Coleman came here and then asked me if I could, you know, help to see if I could identify some fire investigators and all of that. So, well, there were some folks who were willing to go. And that's how we got these, I got these guys who I know who have been working over the years in Liberia. And so,
so let's get the story straight. I mean, so Russell, help us understand, and let's just get something out of you today.
Mm-hmm.
You're in too deep with this different negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
Am I correct?
Say that again.
You're in too deep with the negotiation of taking the fire group to Liberia, correct?
I was party to the negotiation and talking about the terms of reference for the most part and the scope of the work that they were going to be doing. And so it was established from the onset that, okay, so we talk about the time factor has passed, and if something was going to be, achieved as the result of that, we talked about all of that. And they did acknowledge that, yes, there've been, a lot of time that passed. It would have been good had it just, the government follow up, immediately to get them there. But where it is now, they still felt that there were some things that could be done. It was not late yet because the investigation continues. The investigation has not stopped. So they were not running a parallel investigation. And if they didn't believe they could add some value to bring some closure to this, they would not have gone. The three of these guys combined have almost 100 years of experience doing this exact work. So they knew that, okay, we will continue with the investigation. We want to ensure that.
So my last question, I think others will come in from here. My last question to you. When did the government reach out to them?
Now, I don't know exactly, but I know the government reached out the exact date and time, but I know the government reached out to...
Immediately after the fire incident?
Immediately after the fire incident, but I don't know...
Why the government didn't follow up and call for their immediate arrival in the country?
I mean, Stanton, I'm sure you know, and many of you here know, I'm not a spokesperson for the government. I don't work for the government. I don't know anything.
The only reason why I'm asking you, because you're in too deep. You make the introduction and you were fully informed. If the government reached out to them in the month of December, because the fire incident took place on the 18th, why did the government delay? And now in the month of the end of February, early March, they are in Liberia to investigate. That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you, Stanton, honestly and truthfully, I mean, obviously, I have no reason to deceive you or your audience, and folks listening to this. I don't know. I'm not in touch with any government official. I was only
when you were called by Brother Coleman. Did you do any introduction between Gregory and these guys?
Yes, that's what I said. So Gregory didn't know about these guys, did not know anything about them. And
I'm not into the Icarus Gray theory here. I'm asking you, when did you make that introduction between Gregory and these guys?
Like maybe 2 weeks ago.
Just 2 weeks?
Yeah, just 2 weeks ago.
But the government reached out to them in December, but you make the introduction 2 weeks ago. Is that connected?
Well, it's connecting because what I'm saying is that, at least from what I've told, they did have a conversation with someone in the government. Now, I don't know exactly who they are, but they never did follow up and follow through with that. I spoke to, hold up a second. I spoke to one of them on Christmas Day, not Christmas Day, a couple of days.
Which one? Which one?
Chief Parliament, the lead investigator.
Which one is Chief Parliament?
Chief Parliament is the, looking at the picture is the first one to your left.
Okay, with the badge. Yes. Okay, and Chief Parliament, just not to hold you, we got his profile over here. Chief Parliament, yeah, the amount of time he spent, guys, I share this information with you. So yeah, but help me, it's kind of like, let me get back to you, let me give the others a chance to ask you, because if the government reached out to them prior to Christmas Day 2024, and you make the introduction 2 weeks ago, something is not adding up, but it's good to have you on the show. Let's talk about this fire incident, gentlemen. Akaris, you were speaking before we go to Jeru Gibson. Akaris, you were saying something. Are you with us?
I think you're frozen.
Akaris, most great. All right, let's proceed again. So, Jason, what are you hearing from Winford Russell?
I'm hearing disappointment from Brother Russell. Brother Russell, first of all, let me ask you, did you attend Nipo Junior High? I had a friend, Russell, but I'm not sure if the Winford spelled the same way.
No, I did not. I attended
I
all
had
my
a friend
schooling in Atlanta.
We used to play soccer together for Nipo Junior High. He was one Winford, I think.
But la family reunion we here for again, but let's get into the conversation.
Yeah, no, I want to identify the man before I tell that.
Before you
listen,
get in,
Brother Russell. I am very disappointed.
Before you disagree with him.
Before you get in the man, you want to know whether he know you. I know that's what you're trying to do. Let me pass on you. So let me, Duadu, you were actually sorry to jump around on this one, but Duadu, let me bring you in. Now you're hearing the story from Russell.
No, Russell's explaining for me. I'm not privy to the details that Brother Russell went through, but I got a couple of questions for him.
Sure.
Look, my issue is I don't have any qualms and we have experts coming to the country. But preferably, we are not developing local experts. We are not going to develop. Every time we have something serious in the country, we have to run to another man's country to bring in the expertise. What discussion was held in terms of how are we developing local Liberian expertise to be able to do this? That way we don't spend a lot of money bringing these guys into the country when we can do it ourselves.
Yes, I mean, I'm with you on that, and I'm one of those who a strong believer in building local capacity and all of that. So as I said to you earlier, Dualu, Chief Parliament, Chief Butler, there's a indigenous Liberian fire chief. You know, he was, on assignment. I mean, he's been on assignment there in DC because of the disaster there in DC. He was in California, top notch, just like any one of these guys, but he was not available to make this trip. He's been back and forth there working with the local fire service. Now, they've been building the capacity, but what is happening now, and it's hard to not get political with a lot of these things. But to be honest with you all, so we're here to support the country, support the people as best as we can. These folks have been training and building local capacity, Dwalo. But when the new government came in, the new government did not, to the chagrin of many of these guys who have been there over the years, including Chief Butler and all of them, training the local Liberian Fire Service. When they came on board, when they took over, they did not appoint people that these guys have been training over the years to these high positions or leadership positions. And these guys have they have spoken out against it. I mean, they may not say it to be politically correct, but they went to the Barker administration and they disagree with the appointment that they made, because many of the people who are there now who are appointed were not people who have been trained over the years, almost 10, 15 years. They have been trained by firefighters, and there was a time that 12 firefighters on their own, not paid by the government, went to Liberia, led by Chief Parliament, to train Liberia fire officials and service people. The guy from Fairfax County, Virginia, Chief Butler, and all were part of that. Went to Liberia. When the new administration came in, the new administration chose to appoint people who did not have any capacity, any training, any experience in fire service, fire operation, and all of that. Was strictly political appointment.
Brother Russell, I understand your question. It's my last question. Look, fire science is a serious business.
Yes.
And when these guys come to the country, something I do now oppose, but there is no school in the country where we can train our own. Look, my issue here is there's nothing these guys that are doing here that was done overnight. It took time, but we are not willing to commit the resources where we can build the local institution. We bring in the expert temporarily. They come into the country. We pay a lot of money to these guys. They come into the country 2-3 weeks and they leave. And then the local fire department carrying buckets in their hands, and there are no institutions being built. Yet still, we are not pushing for institutions that will be grounded in Nima County, but we are grounding the institution in Minnesota, and it's not benefiting Soddy Wing. That's my issue.
No, I mean, I understand your frustration, but the point is the whole political will. And so until we can restructure and change the system, we have to appoint people who have the capacity, have the level of competency, and there are people on the ground like the former chief, like Dixon. Many of those guys have been trained, but once a new political party or new administration comes in, they bring in people who are aligned with their political ideology or their political party, and that's the problem. So we cannot necessarily fault these folks, because Chief Parliament. There were plans in the work to work with some of the local colleges out there to develop a fire science program. You talk to him. Let Stanton send you reporters there and talk to them. Now I don't know about any of the financial negotiation. As far as I know, that they are not being paid for what they were doing there. There's not a consultancy that they were on, okay, that there. So they step forward. They have a law for the country. They're very close to President Barker. They have a relationship with him, and they step forward to try to help to continue the investigation, to do a full.
Are you sure? So let me give Honorable Gray 1 minute. One last good question about money.
I want to provide some information, if you will.
Yes, sir. Are you saying that these guys, their plane ticket were bought by themselves?
No.
Let me ask my question. I beg you, Russell, you will answer. Their plane ticket, the hotel reservation, and paying some kind of compensation. Are you saying all of it free, or you are saying they're just not paying them? What you mean when you say they are not getting paid?
Yeah. So the conversation I was a part of and the negotiation that I was a part of did not involve, and they did not tell me they were requesting any sort of pay for their service at that time there. What I do know is that, I was privy to that aspect of the conversation, that at least the room and board would have been covered.
Listen, we got some information coming in, but before I come to you, Akaris, let me bring in Ed.
I'm in
that offer information. Yeah, Becky, after Ed. Ed, go ahead.
Back during the inauguration, remember my pastor, Pastor Collins, had garnered 3 or 4 of the same individuals to come on spoon, but maybe we were not able to accommodate them. Their proximity to this government is pronounced. They're friends of President Barker. So if something like this is happening, I'm pretty sure the next natural step is to reach out. You understand? Because they attended the inauguration and they were there previously with Madam Salif, as Russell is saying. The only gap of absence was during the WE administration, because it did not give them the flow to step in. Now they picked up from where they left off with Madam Salif with Ambassador Buckeye. During his inauguration, they were there. In fact, they provided coverage when President Buckeye almost fainted or he fainted. They were there. You could see that they've been part of this administration. So if something like this naturally happens, they will refer to them to come and help. That's how I see it.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in. Go ahead, Akaris.
Yeah, Mr. Russell, welcome. How are you? You got me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Russell. Go ahead, make your point. I mean,
Okay,
sorry.
Thanks. Yeah,
yeah, you made a revelation here. You said one of those guys, the president knows him personally, the current president. I guess I'm correct. That's what you said. You also said that these guys have been engaged with Liberia since President Salif's time. If I'm correct, that's what you said. I want to tell you, Mr. Russell, that the current police director, Gregory Coleman, who worked with President Salif and worked with President Boyka, knows them very well. You can't come on the show and tell the people that Gregory doesn't know that you did the introduction. The president also said it was an arson attack. He called people hooligans. And the president's friend that he knows very well has now come to investigate the subject matter. That shows that there is a deceit and a calculated attempt to indict people. Secondly, your brother, am I right, is Quinton Russell, the fleet commander of the police. Is he your brother? Quinton Russell, I guess you're aware of it. Is Quinton Russell, who is the fleet commander of the police, your brother? Because, okay, let me tell you what I asked you the question. I don't want you to come here and speak for the police. I don't want you to come here and say that, look, these people don't know Gregory Coleman, they don't know anyone in the police. Your brother is in the police, from my understanding, some relative you have in the police, one Quinton Russell, who is the fleet commander. Okay, if I'm correct. My concern here is this, and we all have this concern, that these guys, like you said, they were contacted. It took 3 months for the government to bring them in. You also admitted that it said that the time was prolonged, which I got from you correctly. My concern here and the concern of the public of that is clear, that Gregory Coleman knows these guys very well. Okay, I think one of them granted an interview on a radio station or something like that. I'm trying to get a tape. But Gregory Coleman knows them very well. He interacted with them under President Salif because there's a joint security operation with the police and that of the fire service when he was 104, in fact, and then he became police director of the Republic of Liberia, Gregory Coleman, under President Salif. And under President Boyka, they also made him police director. And you said President Boyka knows one of the guys who is a friend to President Boyka also.
Thank you.
So for you, I think you should say, no, let me just conclude. I think you should say you are not fully aware whether Gregory Coleman knows these people, then for you to say that Gregory Coleman doesn't know that you did the introduction, the bend in Liberia and the bend around. I doubt whether you did the introduction.
Thank you very much, Akaris. Listen, you put a lot of stuff in there. Let's go back to, right, guys, Russell is not the guest here. He just contributing to some clarity. We're going to welcome Asido and Tamba to the show. Then we're going to make some progress here. Russell, you want to come in because Gray put a lot of stuff up there.
Yeah, it's true. Former Representative Gray, and I'm saying this to all of you who are panelists and the people listening to this show. Now, I did say, and Colonel Gray also affirmed that Chief Perlman and the other two, Chief Jerry and Strike and Chief Lynn, they've been working in Liberia. They worked in Liberia over the years. That is true. Okay, it's well established during President Salif's administration. Gregory Coleman, as far as I know, right? As far as I know, Gregory Coleman does not and did not know these individuals. He he worked in the police, I guess, during Mrs. Salif administration, but did not work with these guys and these folks and did not know them. I introduced Gregory Coleman to Chief Perlman. He did not know him. He did not met him. He did not have his number. He did not have any information about him. And it came about through more or less through happenstance. He did not come to. He has his family lazy. He came here, and we had another interaction based on the work that the Brooklyn Park Police is doing. The police department is doing with the Liberia National Police. That was the nature of our conversation, and we got to this whole fire issue. In fact, I had asked him about the fire investigation and all of that, and where they were, and that's how it came about. He did not know Chief Parliament, so
Is Winford Russell your brother, the fleet director of the police? Is he your brother?
Quentin is my brother. Quentin doesn't know this man. Quentin is not in this space.
Did Quentin contact you?
No, I'm telling you how the whole thing transpired, bro. I'm telling you the whole thing. Stanton knows. Stanton and Quentin classmate. Stanton and Quentin.
No. I know. What made you think that you will not compromise when Quentin is your brother, the fleet director, and I accused group of people that it was an arson attack?
No. So my only role here, I'm telling you, Quentin does not operate in this public policy, public engagement space. My only role here is not just with the police, it's with the fire, it's with with the cities that have tried to leverage my access here in the U.S. and
Mr. Russell, it's not the fire department of Liberia that contacted you. Yeah, just quick.
We gotta make progress. I beg you, Greg, we gotta make progress.
It's not the fire department that contacted you, but rather the police director. Instead of the fire department of Liberia, you said the police director contacted you. I'm saying the police director know these people. Why the fire department did not contact you? Because they should be responsible for this investigation. Rather, the police director contacted you.
Well, does it matter where the help come from? Does it matter where the help come from?
Exactly.
You asked a question.
It matters where it comes from.
No.
It matters.
Okay, gentlemen.
Because there's a director who accusing people who know nothing about fire business.
Okay.
That the fire service supposed to contact saying
Greg, let's do it one at a time, please. We gotta move on. We got like other 9 individuals here want to speak to. Russell, complete. Then we move on, please.
All right. So you can believe what you want to believe, but I'm being forthright. And I've been straight up and I've been honest with you all. You can have your different theories and all of that. I told you we came upon this. I've always been trying to do whatever I can to help as best as I can with all sectors within the confines of my knowledge, my exposure, and my experience here. Gregory Coleman came home to visit. While having a conversation with him about another project I've been working on from the Patrick Sulu administration about providing some training opportunities for the Liberian National Police. While in that conversation, the whole issue about the fire came out, and I told him I can support, I can bring some people to the table to help, and that's how the whole conversation started. Right? I don't know the guys at the fire service, so I didn't receive any information from the fire service. I just stepped in to try to help. It was not based on anybody calling me and asking me to help. I always help as best as I can. I continue to help. I will always continue to help. And that's it. So all of this sort of conspiracy that you're trying to bring into this had nothing to do with that.
There is no conspiracy or concern. Don't say conspiracy.
Let me ask one
question. Again, we have to move around the table. It's good to have Russell on the subject. Yes, indeed. Let's make some progress. Yeah. Gibson.
Yeah. Brother Russell, did the government pay you any money to do the negotiation?
Never. I've not gotten a dime from the government. I've done it based on my own volition and love for country. All of you here spend your time advocating for the people, for the country. We want to do right by the people, and that's been my motivation. That has been why I have done what I've done from the Ebola time to now, and that's why I'll continue to do what I do. I've not gotten a dime.
It's not to say you are not against, but you are providing information for us. So let me ask the second question, and I will pause because we are many here. What will be your take when a police department claim that people committed crime, process them, send them to court? They could indict them on the charges of the police for an awesome that took place. Then a few months later, or a couple of months later, they bring an expert to investigate the same crime for which they have indicted people. What is your take on that?
I'm not a law enforcement expert, so I would just put that disclaimer out there. I'm just a booster, like I said, of law enforcement, trying to provide, and leverage my access here to help as best as I can in Liberia. Now, if you ask me for my personal opinion, my understanding, and based on what my conversation with the fire investigators, this is not a parallel investigation, right? This is a continuation of the investigation. You can always reopen an investigation. People are still being charged. The investigation is not concluded. So these folks they're coming in, and one of the things is, I was just say this very quickly, Stanton and Mr. Giroux. One of the things was adequately clear. Okay. My conversation with the fire investigators and with the authorities in Liberia, and they've said it on other platforms publicly, that we are there going to support this investigation, continue with the investigation to ensure that the entire investigative continuum is airtight and is closed. But if the data show that there was something that was done inappropriately, we will call it out. We're not there. We're not going to compromise our integrity to make the government look good or make the police look good or the fire service look good. They said it emphatically. In fact, that was the precondition to then go in there to help. They said, well, we have a vested interest in seeing closure come to this because we are a friend of the Republic. So they said it, and the team said, from Liberia, said, okay, sure, with that, you guys can come. Say, look, whatever we say that it runs contrary to what the president said or what Gregory Coleman said or fire service said, if it runs contrary to it, so be it. But
thank you. Let's move on. I beg. Let's give the rest of the team chance. It's good to have you.
Okay. All right. I'll make my comment later.
Yes, please. Paul, do you have any comment or question?
Absolutely. Winford Russell, it's good having you on. It's always a pleasure, and I tell people that one thing all of us Liberians, whether in the diaspora or home, have in common is the denominator Liberia. So some of us will go above and beyond. That's why we're here 4 or 5 hours. But let me ask you a question. You claimed that these people were introduced to the IG by you in a common conversation when he came to Minnesota a few weeks ago. Chief Parliament, Ken Parliament, is currently the head of his own institution he established that is doing investigation and working with the Minnesota Brooklyn Park Police, and he's been doing that for 47 years now. Chief Jerry Church also has been there from the U.S. Army. He went and began his career in fire service. He's been there for 36 years. Another one, Mike Ladd, I don't know all of them, have been there for over 25 years. I'm calling these years to draw the premise that if Paul Kennedy, who is the police chief in Liberia, know Winford Russell, who has done all of these credible things in the U.S. with the competency, the education, the background, do you see any conflict of interest in Colonel Coleman having to reach out to these people, even if you knew them, qualified people who under the U.S. policy will never want to go to, I'm assuming will never want to go to contradict or contravene their certificates they have. Do you see any conflict of interest having these professionally trained gentlemen come to Liberia to provide our services? And do you think they are able to do the work they are there for?
Absolutely. I think they are consummate professionals. They would never go and do anything that's going to compromise their professional integrity, because they're going to come back and hunt them here. They're going to hold them accountable here too as well. As you know, if you're a U.S. citizen, and if you go overseas or wherever you go, and you engage in any sort of corrupt practice or whatever you do there, even if they don't hold you accountable there, when you come back to America, they're going to hold you accountable here. So yes, I agree. I don't, they're never. And that was established, Paul. I mean, that was put in the open. They made it clear. They've said it not only when we were doing the negotiation, but they've said it on other public, platforms. And they've said it openly. So, we're friends with President Boycott, or I'm friends with President Boycott, but I'm not going to compromise my professional integrity to say anything that is not true or that is not ethical. So, for me, I mean, a lot of you talk on this show, and a lot of people say, "Oh, what are you doing for Liberia? Why don't we come home?" I mean, Dwalu talked about that. We all talked about that. We need to come home. How can we contribute? This is my way of contributing, to the building of Liberia. I've leveraged, and I only came here on to clarify some of the misconceptions and the half-truth that have been passed around. But you all are playing your role. Dwalu is doing his part. We all are doing our part. That is what I can give back. Nobody has called me from the government. Nobody has given me anything from the government. Nobody has acknowledged what I'm doing for the government. I didn't ask that. I didn't request for that. I've just decided to leverage my connection here in the U.S. to see how best we can help the folks back home.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. So let's move on.
On the tape, just 20 seconds. On the tape, Gregory said that they will have an additional press conference, but the folks were in Monrovia to continue the investigation by providing them support to carry on. And Winford, you are always welcome to Spoon. Don't let people chastise you or make you feel any different. We are all not getting paid for what we are doing, and we are all here to support our country.
Thank you very much, Winford Russell. You're going to hang with us. Allow the guys to speak, please. That we all can get some better understanding. People making research on these firefighters. I'm getting a lot of messages coming from the different state and the different services that they perform here in America. The only reason why we ask them question, if people believe, like Gibson said, they are taking the horse before the car. And it's kind of too scary to know that you said that immediately after the incident, these guys reached out and the government reached out. But then we waited after 2 months to allow them to come in. It is concerning. And let me allow the guys to speak. Wanto, you want to go, and we're bringing Tamba and Asido.
Sure. I mean, so there are a couple of things I want to be able to, speak directly on. One, the first thing, in similar way that I disagree with the appointment of the current president of UEA, similar reason why I think there's a fundamental issue here. One is we have fire service retired chief who have very impressive resume, but most of them retired 5 years ago. Some of them retired as far back as 2013. Some have some very interesting history as well. And I'm sure this is very concerning. And the second aspect is these are guys who work in the US that have some of the best mechanism as possible. We'll come back to the same scenario here. Liberia with, they probably will not have some of the structures. They will not have some of the tools that will be needed to be able to adequately investigate the current situation. And we have conflicting situation where the entire fire service incident was considered arson, and Gregory have already done his preliminary investigation. In fact, the clip that Stanton played, what he said was the fire chief are working with what they have currently. So they are not producing new investigation yet. He said clearly, I think maybe Stanton can play that again. So this is very important to note that the fire chief will be working with existing investigation done already by Gregory Coleman. So that means we're not expecting anything new, it's just directly in play specifically. To the question of, Honorable Gray asked, why it's important to be able to establish conflict of interest. It's very important. You can't outline or isolate the idea of conflict of interest. If you have your brother who's serving the police chief, and you bring former police retired chief to investigate a specific incident that have national interest and that may also have some political undertoning, then we have to establish a conflict of interest. The second thing also that I want to be able to lay out is that some of the fire chiefs also have very interesting history. In 2013, I think Mark Lane was removed by the city council. I'm sure Russell will be able to speak to that. He was removed by the city council for several issues, which has to do with, some has to do with, embezzlement of funds, some have to do with incompetence and so forth. And there are documents online to that. So how does that play with their integrity and independence? So there are a lot of questions.
So hold on a minute. Want to hold on. That gets something clear. Russell, you want to speak to these online allegation on one of the firefighter expert that came to the country?
I'm not aware of that. I worked. I know of the other two, former Chief Lind, and I know of former Chief Strike. But the person who I know personally and I worked with over the years when he served as fire chief here at Brooklyn Park is the team lead, who is Chief Perlman. So I don't have any information. I've not heard about that. I know that both all of these guys are celebrated here in Minnesota. And so even though that they are retired, they were very active in fire management, fire operations, fire investigation. As I said to you earlier, we have a highly trained fire professional.
So I just want you to clarify, because it's very important, and these are allegations. We cannot verify them, but it's only important. You have three gentlemen left the family. They are all retired. The one to Labrador to help in the fire investigation. Wanto is saying, as per online report, one of the three gentlemen in here has some issue.
Yeah, he was removed, and the specific person is Mark Lane, and I'm sure that's the person you know. You said Chief Lane. So
no, I did not say that.
Okay. So Mark Lane was voted 3-2 by the city council to be removed from office.
Which city council? Because I don't have access to what you are referencing.
Yeah, could you share that link with us, please?
I can share that decision. In fact, there was a whole.
What's the name of the city?
I'm coming. Let me provide the information right now, and the link. So he was voted. There was a vote by the city council 3-2 in April 2012, specifically.
Let me hold on 1 minute. And let's just get something straight. How do you spell the name Mark Lane, Winford? How do you spell his full name?
MarkLyne.
Okay, this is Ken. This will be Jerry. And this was is this his same? This is the name Mark Lane, right?
Yeah, this is the exact name. Is
that so, Winford?
Yes, that's Mark Lane.
So Mark Lane began his fire service career in 1984 in the town of Hanover, Minnesota. He served as the medical officer and later as chief of the department. He retired from Hanover after 25 years. And was selected as the chief of department in Osceola, Minnesota. So you know Mark Lane because he's from your area, right?
Yes, I know them. They know who I am. I know who they are. But I've not worked with him like I've worked with Chief Kenneth Perlman, who we were together during the inauguration. We've worked here in Brooklyn Park when he was the fire chief here in Brooklyn Park. And
so what we're trying to, I'm asking is that if you know of him, or you have worked alongside with him, and if these reports are true, don't you think they are concerning about the integrity of the individual?
Or if it is true, I mean, for sure it will be concerning. But like I said, I don't know him. At that level, and I know he's been to Liberia. He's served in Liberia on this trip as part of this team. He is the lead. No, he's not the lead. The lead is Ken Perlman. He is the equipment guy. So they took with them some technology. So he's like the technologist as part of this team. So he is running the different technological equipment that they'll be using. That's the part I know. The lead here is Ken Perlman. That's who I have worked with.
So again, folks, let's just be on the record. These are online allegations. We do not have documentation to substantiate these things, but want to saying these.
Can you give me 30 seconds? Can you give me 30 seconds?
I will come to you after time.
Can you give me 30 seconds?
I beg you, Gibson. I beg you.
Okay, I will get fixed and send it to you. But he was not removed he was not removed for performance issue. He was not removed for professional misconduct or for personal misconduct. He was removed because he expressed another vision of how the fire department should move forward, and the council voted that.
And that's why I want you to send to me.
Yeah, German, let's be careful here, man.
Guys, one at a time. Guys, I beg you. This is Phone Talk, and we have to be on record. This is a program that we run for our people to understand. And we will push exactly what Gerald Gibson is saying. It's only fair to do so. And then we'll post what one-to-one is reporting based on these allegations, right? And Winfred, hang on, please don't delete. Let's try to verify and speak. And these are the reason why when these people go into the country to sacrifice their time and the services, then the government should be transparent enough to bring the information. Are you done before we move on?
And I'll just share the city council report as well. There's a lot of information specifically on that. But the concern here is that one, there is an incident where the city council voted him out. The third thing, the lead investigator of the fire service, 5 years since his resignation. 5 years since his resignation. There is issue of contextual understanding of the entire situation in Liberia. He said he worked on a Manasseh. I checked everywhere. I haven't seen any information where he worked on a Manasseh. So this is very fascinating because we have to establish how, these investigators who are retired after years, I think some probably maybe after a decade, the lane guy I think retired or removed 2013 or something. So we're speaking about timeline that they haven't been active in service yet. How are we?
So let me hold you right there again. So let's go back to your previous opening on days. Mark Lane, was he removed for corruption? Was he removed for misconduct? What was the reason why he was?
A lot of reasons that he was removed by the city council. One is there was expenditure that the city council felt it wasn't necessarily spent, and I have the document to hear the decision. The second aspect is, I agree, the city council felt his.
Can you share those documents and let's make this very important? We cannot just leave.
So I got GP because I'm in Europe. So I got GPDR, bridges. So I send you a link from the US. If you click on it, you'll see the decision.
Thank you very much. So let's hear you. We hear Tamba, then we'll allow Russell to speak to this thing. I believe Russell too trying to dig and see where you're taking those information from. Isaac?
Yeah, thank you. And hi to everyone. I understand, Mr. Russell, you are not a guest. You are here to help the discussion. But when I came in, I know Jeru asked you a question that, in my opinion, you struggled a very much bit to or insult. And I thought his question is the crux of this entire thing. And, you know, if Stanton has the clip of Mr. Gregory Cuomo speaking today, it is important that we pay keen attention to what he said. And in my mind, the most important statement is what I will quote. He said there will be no new investigation. They will start where we stop. Where did they stop? They have already concluded there was arson. So it means nobody come to tell us anything more. They have already charged people who they say were responsible. Nobody come to tell us somebody did it. It only brings me to wonder, what exactly are these fire service experts coming for? Because Gregory said they are going to start where they stop. And all of us here know where Gregory and his people stop. They stop at the point where they inform us it was arson. So the people come to tell if the arson, if that arson, because Gregory say they finish. So I'm wondering in my mind, what exactly are they coming to say? They ain't going to do anything new. Everything Gregory said is on the books. They just continuing. But you know, you said something important, and I want to make sure we get it right. First off, I want to confirm what Akara said, that Mr. Coburn knows those people. Absolutely, he does. He was here in Minnesota with them. I'm here as well. I know Wantu was talking about the Osceola City Council issue on the other fire chiefs. So, Mr. Russell, we can confirm that he knows them. Yeah. You said it was you who told Gregory about these people from a conversation that was on a different issue coming from the past police director's time. This may sound like a small little question, but it is very important. I wanted to find out from you, when you and Gregory were talking, was it on the phone or was it physical interaction? I mean, the question may look very small, but it is very important. So, was it, where were you guys talking before the whole fire issue came out? Where were you talking?
Okay. So, Stanton, there's a lot to unpack here, and these guys are unloading, and we have to get things clear up. So, I will first start up with Mr. Wanto. And I would try to be as succinct as possible, but I know we can't do justice.
Yeah, but Chief, I don't want to lose my thought, seeing it is my turn now.
Oh, I thought you were done. Okay.
No, I was asking you. You say you and Gregory spoke.
No,
conversation.
I was going to wait until you are done before I can respond to everything I'm supposed to, going back and forth. So
yeah, no, I'm saying, since I'm the one speaking, I don't want to lose my train, my train of thought. That's what I was asking.
It was in person. It was in person, sir.
It was in person. Where? In Minnesota?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the last time Greg came to Minnesota? You remember?
Yeah, because we were together.
Yeah, I'm asking you if you remember the last. When was it?
About I can't, the top of my head, I can't tell you the exact date, but it's about give and take about 3 weeks ago or so.
Okay. So you can go ahead and explain. I will come back.
Okay. So again, I mean, you guys can come up with all your theories and try to twist it as much as you can. I know everything in the country, and I know Mr. Kennedy said that nobody is going to, I'm very familiar with this space and very accustomed to this, so no one's going to bully me or push me or intimidate me or whatever. The truth is the truth. The facts are the facts, right? When Gregory Coleman had not seen Chief Kenneth Perlman in person to know what he looked like until I sent him a picture. He saw him in Liberia. He had not seen him. He did not know him. He did not, all of the back and forth he used to do. Gregory Coleman to Liberia, he was with Vice President Boycott and doing a lot of work. Gregory Coleman does not know him or did not know him.
What kind of work you were doing with President Boyka?
Plain and simple. Gregor Coleman did not know him. Okay,
Let's give Russell the chance to answer.
That's the fact. So you can believe what you want to believe and come up with all kinds of theories. And I know a lot of things are politicized, which is fine. I mean, it is what. Okay. Then back to the whole issue that want to raise. Chief Wando went to Liberia. Many of these guys were active duty. I just mentioned to you all that Chief Butler, John Butler, is of Liberian stock. He's the police chief at Fairfax County, Virginia, in the DMV. He is not part of this trip, and we did not reach out to him because he's active duty and they're being very busy with that plane crash in the Washington, D.C. area. The three gentlemen who are there now, they have some flexibility because they're retired. But because they're retired, it's not like back home. Even though they're retired, they're actively involved. Chief Perlman is the head of the Texas Professional Training, association. They're actively working in this space. So the fact that they're retired doesn't mean that they're not up to date with what's going on. They all are. That's why people reach out to them to speak at different places, to provide their insight and experience. There's so many different places, including Chief Rondo from the Minneapolis Police Department, who are just in Liberia, and he's all over the world. So the fact that these guys are retired, it has nothing to do with the level of competency that they bring to this process. So Isaac Joe, I don't know what question Drew you asked that I struggle to answer, because I thought that I gave you clarity on what you asked. Like I've said earlier, Greg, when these guys, before they left, right, it was established, and I was part of that conversation, the scope of the investigation and what they were going to be contributing and what they were going to be doing there. They were continuing on. This is not a parallel investigation, because there were some people who they're going to talk, to visit the crime scene, the Capitol building. They were talk to some of the witnesses, some of the persons of interest. They were doing all of that. So just doing full due diligence, continuing where the police left off. And Gregor Coleman was very clear. He said, I don't have now in America, at the fire service, even here in Brooklyn Park, you will have people who have also trained in fire investigation and in police investigation or crime investigation. So they hold that sort of dual capacity, right? So there were some police chiefs here who go through the fire training, academy, and some of the fire people, they go through the police academy as well, even though they are assigned or they work within the fire in the fire service. We don't have that in Liberia, and so Gregory said, well, we needed some assistance, and these people stepped forward to help.
So let me interrupt you a little bit, Ross. So please forgive us. Let me make this thing. Let me come up with this. I want more clarity on Mark Lane. His sacrifice to go to Liberia is off the top, and I think that I personally applaud them to go as an independent investigators to have some resolve on this fire incident, whether you are for or against some of the action of Gregory Coleman and the executive. I think it's only important. But let's discuss it. You are from Minnesota, Russell. Can you help us understand as we read these three paragraphs? Wanto raised this issue. Gibson is coming from a different place. What say you? Was he fired? Was he terminated? Did he resign because of misappropriation on stated funds or other reason? Can you help us understand?
Thank you, Stanton. But that is not what I'm reading in what you what you sent me and what you posting here. Asio is a city adjacent to Brooklyn Park. It's a small city. in comparison, it would be kind of like Painesville.
So let me set this up before we go to the demographic of the city. I'm saying in paragraph 1, RCO has settled a defamation suit brought by former Fire Chief McLean, agreeing to pay Lame Home City Council voted 3-2 to remove. It established they settled that suit, which of course now the city hold on to him. The city was guilty because they voted him up 3-2. My question to you, why at the time, and we have another video that he resigned, do you know anything about what led to his resignation?
No, I do not. But based on my experience on the city council, and this was a city council action, as you know, a lot of things here, a lot of things are controlled by the city council, both the fire and the police. They report to city council here. So this is so I understand it. You can see that the city council is paying him $25,000.
Correct. Yes.
If he was found guilty of anything,
correct,
they would not have paid him $25,000.
They would have paid him. And exactly. The issue is statement clearing him of any professional or personal misconduct. So exactly. They clear him. Yes. So I want to hold you right there. Do you have anything else 1-2 that you're pointing out that Mark Lane was involved in a corruption or some kind of misconduct? Now we are seeing what you said, but as we read it, everybody see it clearly. They paid him $25,000. They apologized to him and declared him. You have any other thing to substantiate your claim?
Yeah, that's why I shared the video with you. The question, the query that I asked specifically was, are you aware that he was voted out by the city council? And yes, you were paid $25,000, which means he settled the defamation. The second issue I raised was on the basis of qualification. These are experts that may not
No, I'm not going to the qualification. So now you understand yet that Mark Lane, he was accused falsely. And being that he was accused falsely, they end up giving him $25,000 and declare him of any misconduct. Are you convinced that then the story?
Well, I'm very, very convinced by that. And I think I shared the video also with you. So in terms of that, I'm very convinced that given the fact that the city council retracted that decision, which was done years before they retracted it, means that he was cleared of any, issues that existed with the city council.
Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, thank you, Wanto. Is that what you're trying to say, Gibson?
Yes. First of all, Stanton, when these experts come to our country, we like for them to investigate these kind of thing. And Brother Russell, it's not our fault to introduce anybody. Sometimes that's why people don't understand me. I actually like to speak independent. I think an effort to trash Brother Russell is not a fair game. It's not a fair game at all. We can't trash him. He is only providing assistance to see how we can move forward. And this man was removed for wrongfully removed, and they defamed his character. And he sued and he got defamation from there, So with this kind of situation, I think this man is not a bad person, and he's an expert. There was another article I just was about to say to you,
and that's why I got it. And
in America.
And I have to speak on that issue.
Tamba have not spoken. We have
Tamba just come in. I have yet. Tamba met me on the floor and I have not spoken.
Retire corner. You asked for information and you spoke. We gotta go to Tamba.
When I provided information, I've not spoke. I've not dwelt on the issue.
After Tamba will come to you, sir.
Can agree. Let your small brother come in small now. You've been talking plenty. Thank you, Stanton, and it's a pleasure to see all of you on. There are a number of things that come to mind. When I read this story, I have followed the investigation that happened. I have followed the indictment and the case since the burning of Capitol. But for Bro Russell, I just have one quick question for you. Then I'll make a statement, and then I'll go back to Stanton. Bro Russell, are you a paid spokesperson for government?
No, I am not. Never had been. and I'm not.
Have you been asked to stopgap the government in terms of speaking on this issue about clarifying the arrival of these experts in the country for the investigation?
No, I have not. I've not spoken to anyone in the government. The only person I've spoken to, I've been in touch with, is the police chief, Gregor Coleman, because, like I said earlier, I've been doing work over the years, boosting the police and supporting what they were doing, and Painesville, Monrovia, and all these different areas. So I just continue to do that, whether it's the unity party government or whatever government is in power. I've always continued to do that.
Okay, thank you. And here's why I asked Stanton. When I look at the show, I look at my brothers. I know that they are members of the CDC here. They are members of other political parties also here represented on this show. My arrival on this show is an independent person. I'm not here to support a political party, but rather, as I spoke with my brother Paul today, and we joke that when someone is cooking food and people are sitting around this food and they are waiting to get served, hopefully when the food is done, when the pot falls, begin to fall over, we all who are waiting for this food, we're going to rush to get it, to try to hold the pot together, because we all have what? Stake, interest. We want to eat this food. This is like Liberia. Is the only country that I'm really. But why I ask these questions is that, first of all, I can't say anything about the integrity and the competence of these individuals. And I want to thank them for their service to come to Liberia to try to lend a hand. And you, Russell, you broker this, thank you for doing that. But here's my position. First, I think, why didn't this happen long time? Because this case has been going on for almost months now. When it comes to fire, I'm not a fire expert, but when you have arson, or you have an allegation of arson in a Capitol building, fire destroys evidence in its midst. And it takes people who are expert at this to get to the bottom of the fire to really understand what was the source of this fire. And it is important to do this investigation early on when a fire happens. The second phase of a fire investigation is the samples that are collected and that are taken to a lab to test them, to try to determine exactly what was the source of the fire, what chemicals may have been used, whether it's gasoline, etc., etc. Don't you think bringing these people at this time of this investigation of this case muddles the water for the government and put the government in a bad light, Mr. Russell?
No, I think it. I appreciate it, Tamba. I appreciate it. A couple of things. One, when we set this whole thing up, they provided their resumes. I've sent it to Stanton. I sent it to people in the media. I put it out there. It's been public information before they even went to Liberia, so folks can have the opportunity to question them. When they appeared on the closing argument, all of the folks on the closing argument had access to their bios and their resumes as well. Okay, so this was our fully transparent, and we did a complete sunshine process for ensuring that. I mean, I have no hidden agenda other than to help. You all have said, "Oh, Liberians need to step up and help." This is my way of helping. What I know best.
No, I understand that, but at this time,
I'm getting to your question, right? So, why didn't it happen a long time ago? Now, again, I mean, Stanton asked that question. Now, I don't know. We need to ask the government why they didn't follow up and all of that. When I came in to provide, and many of the people in the government who are active in the government know me and know what I've done over the years and what I continue to do, right? But why they didn't follow up with them, or maybe they did not know the access that I have to these guys or to a number of other professional folks here, I don't know. So I really don't know why they did not reach out within a week or 2 weeks or whatever to provide this technical assistance and all of that. But as I said earlier, when we started the conversation, one of the first few things that came out before they signed up, before Chief Parliament said, "Okay, let me assemble a team for us to go," He acknowledged, and Chief Coleman also acknowledged that this thing had the fire had taken place a long time ago, right? They acknowledged that. Clearly, there was some evidence and there were some things that were missing. You know, they would bring in some equipment, but he said, with all of that, we can still investigate and find some things out. Now, we may not be able to put in the equipment or bring in some to tell if an accelerant was used in the fire or whatever caused the fire. That we have passed. Even though that had passed, that window has closed. There is still technology that they took with them that could help them answer some questions. So with that, they said, yes, it's been a long time ago, but we can still salvage some things and still come out with some conclusive evidence as to what happened here. And so based on that, they decided to go. These folks are busy people, even though they're retired. They were busy, and if they didn't feel that they could do some things, they would not have gone, Tamba.
Thank you very much, bro. So let me go ahead to Colonel Gray. Finish up this line, man. We got to move on.
You know, Stanton, sometimes these debates can become extremely dogmatic in the sense that they sound like religion. Oh, my religion knows Allah. Oh, my religion, Jesus Christ is not the Savior. It's not even the Son. You know, because we tend to be focused on a one-dimensional direction, and so as a result, we're biased on what we say. But let me say this. When we retire, we will now retire with our brain. As a former Army, a professional, don't dare me that I can't teach tactics. I'll not be able to gather a few men in the room and infuse military, tactics in their brain. When you retire, it's just that you retire from active duty, but you still have your brain. That is what took you to active or inactive duty. So these kinds of arguments sometimes they're wonky and sound so dogmatic. But let me go back to the idea that the case these people are coming to investigate is the case involving the fire at the Capitol building. No other case but that case. So it's a continuation. It's a furlong. Let us go to English language. Sometimes we tend to remove our own ingenuity from the language, the interpretation, semantic, and all of that. We tend to be extremely hooked up on like, I'm a Christian, you cannot convince me to be a Muslim. That is not what this is all about. Now, it's clearly stating that these people have their own expertise and they're coming to throw light. Whether it was being done earlier or not, they still have a portion there. Matter of fact, what they would throw up from their findings will probably, surprise you, because you know what? We don't have the expertise to have seen it that way. That's why we say, if you're considering this to be a cold case because it's been 3 months, 4 months, to them it's a fresh case. So when they come, they will be able to proffer findings that we don't have the expertise to come up with. And by the way, it was Winford Russell who established the sister relationship with Brooklyn Park in the city of Calcutta. Winfred has a long rap sheet of helping the country to fall on. Let's not take that from him because I'm from CDC and you are from UP. I hate to be in those kind of debate, Stanton, but thank you so much. That's my own observation here.
But go ahead, Honorable Greg.
Look, I want to be categorical here. I'm not going to mince my words, I always said. One, let's think clearly to one of the guys on closing argument. He said to establish whether an accelerant was used is almost like impossible because the chemical could evaporate, the length of time, the longevity. He also spoke about the issue of the rain. You know that dune, it rains in there, down there in the entire building there. He spoke about the issue of the crime scene being contaminated. If Mr. Russell listened to it, he can attest to that. In fact, Mr. Russell said the issue of assailant being used, they may not establish that. Gregory already said assailant was being used in the process. That's why they charge the people for arson attack on the Capitol building. The second thing here is that President Boycott has called people hooligan and accused that it was indeed arson attack. The first statement. You bring in President Boycott friend. I hear Mr. Russell keep saying President Boycott friend, fire expert. You bring in President Boycott friend. What do you expect from your friend? Oh, we shouldn't come here and sugarcoat him and say because people from CDC or people from other party, there will be doubt if the president who accused people of burning the Capitol building and the friend of the president and an expert on fire to bring in to investigate the matter, his friend was established indeed that the president was right. There's no way you can come and tell me, say, he's an expert and he would not know. The president should not be bringing his friend because the president has accused people already. That's a point. The next issue here is this. We all know that Conte, who is on the show, his brother is part of the police. He's compromised. You don't have to say it. That's what I'm saying. That's my point. He compromised because his brother is part of the police. His brother is supporting the investigation. Gregor Komoja went to America after 2-3 days. They fire people came to the country. Just from America, you wanted to introduce in America or not, the fire people came to the country. Just recently from America. This case is a political case. Let me declare a political case, and I will say why. For the fact that the president of our investigation concluded that it was an arson attack, and the police director who has no knowledge on the issue of fire in the Republic of Liberia would declare that it was a fire attack without any evidence. They jeopardized the case. They undermined the credibility of the case. It became a political issue, and with the way they treated all the lawmakers, putting the police there, and the police were manning the area. They were taking care of the area. The PSU were assigned to the Capitol building. None of them were invited or investigated. The police even denied that they were not assigned to the Capitol building. The Capitol building has a security. Nobody walk in the Capitol building. They got a maintenance department that keep the keys. The majority lawmaker rules other administration responsibility. For us to come and sit on the show and listening people telling me, say, oh, y'all want to politicize it, and maybe you want to put us, we don't want to put a spin on it. You put a spin on it from the day one, you accuse people of evidence by the president, the police director. You took 3 months to bring your friends in this country, and one of them is a personal friend of the president saying, oh, we're visiting the president, here with the president. We don't even know what he's doing with the president. We don't even know what he's doing with the president. Maybe they're doing business. I want to be clear. This is a political case. Make no mistake. When I see a speaker who is innocent being called, when I see Abu Kamara being called, when I see Dixon Sibo being called off on the CDC, it's a political case, and we'll not escape it. We'll keep to that point. It's a political case, and those people are compromised.
Thank you very much. Let's take the political part from this case, and I'm going to close over here. And this is how I'm going to close. Politics in Liberia is everything, and everything is politics. From day one, everybody have their own position on this fire incident. I do not want to protect Winford Russell or Quincy Russell. Yes, Quincy is the brother to Winford Russell. Now, if you work for the Liberia National Police, you are giving me information that I'm not privileged to, but I know him, a classmate. From Wellstone, we all graduated together. And please allow me to finish up, sir. So what I want to say, though, the same Winford Russell on the show today, 6 years under George Manaway at CDC, Patrick Sudu, Jolson Tamakoji, and every one of your people, leadership in government, they receive assistance directly or indirectly from Winford Russell. We have photos, we have videos, SODA assistant, city assistant, and everything. We can list them. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Please, we can only talk one at a time. Excuse me, sir. We can go in the choir and sing together, but let's have some conversation here, please. It's only important for us to separate the assistance that Winford is giving Gregory Coleman and the Labrador National Police Fire Department, recommending people of 25 years experience to go and help. Now we can only wait for the findings. We can wait for the findings. We can judge them on a conclusive, comprehensive findings. But to tie them with the Labrador politics and to tie Winford with the Labrador politics because he only assisting and making introduction, I think that is far-fetched. You can cry wolf that has been politicized because the president said this. You can cry wolf because Gregory Coleman said they would meet us where they met us and how they will continue the conversation and the investigation. You can do all of that, former Representative Moses Akaris Gray.
But you don't have to respond to me. Say what you can say. If you respond to me, I have to respond. But because there's a political debate we are in.
Everybody,
when you go after my people, then you say I should sit there and hold my head.
Everybody has spoken. Can somebody please tell the brother, let me get close on this? I beg. Everybody has spoken. I was quiet. My only thing I can say on the show tonight, remove your politics and appreciate our Liberians that brought in non-Liberians to help with this investigation. Remove your politics and appreciate the three gentlemen that left their wife, the family, the environment, the neighborhood, their business schedule to enter into the country and say, yes, let's contribute. And when it is all said and done, let's try to help the Liberian people understand whether this was caused by a human error or electrical or whatsoever decisions and findings they may present. But I'm not going to put politics in this. And what happened in CO with Mark Lane, they apologized to him, they pay him, and they clearing out. So my brother Wanto was in error to point out that this man was dismissed for misappropriation or whatever way he determined. I think Wanto want to speak on this.
Sure. I mean, so
yeah,
yeah,
1 minute, I'll bring you in. Let me learn on this one, Wanto. We can only appreciate this great gentleman. They got nothing to do with our politics. Now, if they have a relationship with Joseph Yima Boakai president, again, I can list how many people in America have relationship and work and contributed to Liberia. Mr. Russell, I do appreciate your assistance. I do appreciate your effort. I must applaud you openly on the show for even placing that first phone call. All right. If Gregory and his Liberia National Police Department, if the first shot is not on you, we can beat him locally. But on the front to encourage these great gentlemen that have served over 25 years, combined 75 years, Liberians should be grateful that at least we get some international findings. So we do appreciate you. You can hang around if you want to enjoy the rest of the show. But I mean, I have said my piece, I say it as it is. But I think we're to a good place. So we can move on and continue on other
subjects. Thank you. Would not be grateful for people who want to come and back people.
Can you give me one minute?
There's some clarity.
You talk about being grateful for people.
Done with the fire business, guys.
Why did we'll talk about the fire business in my 2 minutes?
You want me to be able to make a clarification?
We're done with
employment law. Employment law.
We're done with the fire business. We're going to move to the next topic today. If I come to you, want to talk about fire, you can talk about fire. I'm not going to restrict you.
No problem.
But for now, we're going to the next topic, and I beg everybody that we do so. Listen, I openly appreciate the three gentlemen. We'll wait for the findings, and if the findings take over the lead and think professionally, I do believe they will deliver professionally because the credibility is online. People in America and around the world will watch them, and they'll re-examine the findings, and so be it. Because Stone Cold says so. All right, let's move on.
I know you're trying to, understandably, I know you're trying to move forward, but let me just quickly, if I can, clarify some things because he's trying to, former Representative Gray is trying to.
If you clarify, I'll clarify you.
Honorable Gray, we can only have one moderator, sir. We'll give 1 minute to Winford Russell and we'll move on, please, sir.
Okay, no problem. You must stay on the show.
So, as you have said, Stanton, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and clear some of these things up. I was stressed. You've said this. Mr. Kennedy has said it. Retired Colonel Gray have said this. Okay. My only involvement and motivation here is like we all do, we try to help. And my helping and providing my expertise to the Liberian government, or the Liberian people, I should say, it predates my brother's involvement with the police. He's just a mechanic. I'm not trying to disparage or dismiss mechanics. My brother doesn't even know anything about this. He has no concept, no knowledge. He's not in this space. So my involvement with the police and law enforcement in Liberia, it predates everything that started with my brother.
Working with the police.
My man, look, please be respectful, man. I give you.
Working with the police, don't say just a mechanic. You work with the police, mechanic can work with the police.
Representative, you cannot interrupt everybody when they're speaking, sir.
I agree, but mechanics can work with the police. Don't tell me about
Former representative, you cannot interrupt when everyone.
They got a mechanic department in the police.
Former representative, when
we have to be careful. We have to be careful not to scare people who want to help our country. So, because if we start derogating Mr. Russell,
Winford Russell, I asked to proceed. Jerry Gibson, thank you, please. We'll move to the next conversation. In your closing, you can make your final remarks if you choose to do so. I would sincerely beg each and everyone that this fire issue will observe it, will monitor, and like Gregory said, at the end of everything, they will have a joint press conference and people will know exactly what's happening. And again, we can beat on Gregory every night, but I think let's just give it a chance. Ladies and gentlemen, these
I really wanted to play that Gregory in one more time.
No, but man, let's move. Then you just let Carol's talking. Let's move back and you back. All right. So we started with something yesterday. We couldn't get deeper into it. Musa Belete today, he had his political party convention. Let me hear you guys. And it's something about the convention. Somebody said, well, it was great. We saw some old players. Let's put all joke aside. But how strong is this Musa Belete party convention? Gibson, let's hear you.
I think Musa Belete is cleverly trying to replace CDC to a CMC. That's a very interesting dynamic from CDC to CMC. Look, I talked to Musa Belete. I sent some people to do an exclusive interview before today, and after today we're going to be doing another interview. But here is the thing: I think it's a good thing for multiple political parties to be established in Liberia. It speaks to the multi-party democracy that we have been craving for. And Musa Belete has three things that can make his party to be profitable. I mean, to be successful. He has the money. He's not going to be begging all over the place for people to give him money to rent to get an office space, to be able to pay the dues for the election commission, and he has
My question, you think is this a serious party Musa running with, and who benefit from this party? Saying he will not win the general election. I'm just saying it out there. Who you think going to benefit if we move into the second round election?
Musa Belete, it may not, or it depends on how they proceed. It depends on how they proceed. Musa Belete can join rank with CDC, and they and CDC can make a very great force against the Unity Party. That's a possibility that we should leave open. But Stanton, there are three things that make a political party succeed, and Musa Belete got all. He got the money, he got a following, he got the constituencies, and he has the stature. He is a representative. He already has.
Why he couldn't bring this to CPP Elizana Cummings?
I don't think. Your question is why Musa Belete did not bring that party to CPP?
No, bring that money, that base, and everything you just talked about.
Oh, it depends. It depends. What your interest? You got to see what your interest is like. He was just a chairman for Liberty Party, and he was being fought by Yombi Kanga, Darren Dillon, and other people on the other side. So first of all, it was confusing. Do I have a great future in the Liberty
It's a
Party?
serious party. Is CMC or serious party? Do you think
CMC is a serious party? It will be a serious party. So
Okay.
it will be. And trust me, I can see the ARCO going away, and all members of ARCO will be joining CMC and other Liberians, because the gathering in Seklepie, the video I saw, they're not Mandingo people. They are Gio people, they are Crown people, they are Mana people, they are different tribe, Loma. So it is like he's trying to move away from the Mandingo student party. He's trying to move in the center to be a centrist. And if he does that and during the general election center, if Musa Benedict join with CDC, that is a done deal for.
Thank you. Let me bring in Paul. Paul, Musa Benedict party. How? I mean, are you really paying attention to this party and you think you are concerned about CMC?
Well, I know the Liberian National Union, LANU, is a very serious party. And in 2029, it will be a fundamental political institution to deal with. Now, let's come back to the issue of CMC. Musa Belede, the Honorable Musa Belede, like any other Liberian, has the rights and privileges to establish a political institution, which I think he's using to do. But my question is, how is it different from all of the political parties, political proliferations, party proliferation that are running around Liberia? What I would do as Musa probably would be to align with one of these existing parties that I'm already associated with to see how I can beef it in. But then to Gibson's point, he had an infight when he was there with Liberty Party. We saw that this gentleman was constrained to the extent that, you know, he had to resign from the party and walk away in totality. You know, he formed a union with ANC, and he thought that union was going to be supported holistically by Liberty Party. But then you saw how the political maneuverings of Liberty Party broke the union apart, right? So maybe that's angered him to go and run to start a party. But I would be asking, is that a right decision he made? I don't know, and I don't care. I'm a member of LANU, and if any of these political parties think that they can dominate the Liberian political arena, Unity Party and CDC, they need to think again. Because I tell people, coming to use the talking platform show to try to malign the Liberian people like Unity Party did, and when you give them the opportunity, they don't run things, is going to change 2029. You will be elected based on what you are doing in Liberia for the people. Not any more political talk show going to get you in power. Unity Party does well, Unity Party will get elected. CDC does well, CDC will get elected. So you stop trying to politicize.
Well, who political talks to get into power? Why are you throwing jabs?
I
didn't call me. I have a right.
The man is sitting on his own show and criticizing his show. What kind of man is this? He said there's the only platform political talk show that has brought a president to power.
No, we don't know that.
On the show, and you're saying no more.
Let me tell you something. They say, who the cafe? They say, Babu ugly. Then you say, are you?
It's not like that, though. That's your show as well. You sitting on this show and telling people, well, your bro. But anyway, let me go to Colonel Gray. I'm surprised that he's talking about LANU. If I were poor candidate, I would not even make mention of LANU. Look at LANU result. 0.29%. How dare you to talk about LANU?
We can improve that.
No, you finish. Let me finish, my brother. I want Liberian people to take a look at take picture. My dear friend Clarence Mulba, take picture. If I were you, I would not make mention of LANU. This is a disgrace.
Stanton, let me tell you about LANU. Let me tell you about LANU. What would have known? Stanton, I beg you, let me interrupt you. I will interrupt you today. See, I will interrupt you. Let me interrupt you.
Gives you in Zigo, don't interrupt me.
Yes, let me tell you what happened to LANU. You don't know what happened to LANU. When Jonathan Weeder established LANU, This brother father came and bought Lanu over and kicked Geneto out. So Lanu became split because of that action. They kicked
I'm
Geneto
calling
out,
to follow
competed
me.
with
If
he
you
and
talking
Nene.
already, then intervening again. Where that photo you talk.
So let's go back to this thing. I was asking about CMC Musa Party, Tamba Russell, my brother Ed Remy Gray, one to Akaris Musa Gray, and yet come our fellow panelists denigrating our own show, the biggest in the nation. When you talk about prime time, he's saying, well, we brought a government of power and there will be no political show bringing any God. My brother, you're making a mistake. If that is true, you wouldn't have had Akaris Musa Gray on the show tonight. On every night, because you know the foes are small.
Right.
You would not have them coming to make the case. I said this to you. You champion Lanu. You stood and fought. You lost your election in Buffalo. Out of 5-point-something million people, you gave Clarence Mobile only 5,298. Even a representative Gray beat you. Even the lowest representative in the county who have gotten third place if they were to jump in the general presidential election. You got 0.29%. But this is what I would do for you. I will borrow Mr. Cummings 1% and add it to you. And that would bring you up to third place. I move. And so second, by Ed Remy Gray. Ed, talk to me.
Stanton, we're only shooting ourselves, on the foot. And the problem is, if we made a law that says there would be only 3 branches of government, why can't we make a law and limit the number of individuals that will come together and form political parties? You probably might say it speaks against the multi-party system. I would say no, but you can put it into law that there can be no more than 4 or 3 parties. Then all of this caricature and funny organizations coming up, they made it so easy. Look, to form a political
Challenged in
party,
the court by unconstitutional grounds.
yeah, but to make it so fluid that any Tom, Dick, and Harry can come together and just form some low unit and call it a political
Remy,
party and
Musa
try with
Belete
that.
is not any Tom, Dick, and Harris.
I'm on the floor.
Why would
sir.
you do that? Why would you do that to Musa Belete? He's not any Tom, Dick, and Harris.
But
Musa
what
Belete has
wrong with the old people? You are interrupting Conor Gray. You are interrupting Conor Gray. Can you speak to me?
I can call Musa Belete any Tom, Dick, and Harris. The man is one of the most successful men in our country. The man is one of the richest men in our country. The man is one of the largest following in our country. The man has all the property in our country. The man has ability. In fact, he richer than almost all your political party leaders, except George Weah.
Why are you interrupting?
Why you interrupting the party? Because he's speaking so passionately about this.
I can bet you. Tama, Gibson go on a party.
Remy Gray, please proceed. Please proceed.
Okay, so and so I'm not denigrating Mr. Belete. I know his ability, but I'm only saying the system is so fragile and fractious to the extent where anybody can come together and form political party. That is not to suggest that Mr. Belete does not have some level of nuance. The only thing I'm saying is we made the system so fragile. Now, this is just another addition to our political landscape. And by extension, when you form political party, you tend to divide the people. We're a very divided country. If you ask me, I would say find a recipe that will bring us together in unison as a people. Then we'll stop seeing tribe, politics, religion, and all of this fragmentation of society as the basis for survival. And what you are proffering there, my brother, is no different from what the men from other parties would say. Because you know what? We're divided by our mindset. We're divided. So it's well justifiable. But if you ask me, I would say Mr. Belden should have just tried to nurture the Labour Party or do this. But if he wants to go into a different party. Let's make it difficult for people to form political party. Just as we will not form another branch of government, we should not form another political party just like that.
Thank you very
We'll
much,
continue
Conor Gray. Winford Russell, before we go to Honorable Karis Mostly Gray, what's your take on this Musability CMC?
Well, I think it's a beautiful thing. It showcases our plurality, political plurality, and I think it's a good thing. But my only concern is that, and again, Musability is a force to be reckoned with. I will not dismiss him. He is a wealthy he's a wealthy Liberian, wealthy individual. And to win election anywhere, it costs a lot of money. So money is we hate to see money play a central role in election, but it is what it is. So, so I think this is a good thing. However, I am troubled by the current system that we have in Liberia now, our current political dispensation that seem to favor these two political parties, the Unity Party and the CDC. So, historically, other third parties, other parties have struggled. I mean, we saw the results of the CPP and what they brought to the table, and even with the Liberty Party being a part of it, it's been a struggle. So it would, we are yet to see in the last couple of years or in the last couple of election cycles, we're yet to see a very strong, formidable third party that's going to come and dislodge one of these big parties, either the UP or the CDC. So because public sentiment, always the way, don't vote for Lenu or don't vote for this party or ANC. It's a waste of vote, and that stuff, it's become more or less politically socialized to the point where a lot of people buy into it. So they will not want to look at other parties. I mean, at least in recent time, they have not. So it will be good to see. But
do you think if you have, I'm not asking you, and anyone can answer the question, if this thing go into 2029, you think do you really want to see CDC and Unity Party, or do we have a room for the third party here?
I think there's an opportunity. I mean, if things continue on this trajectory, I mean, what we're seeing now, if we continue, I mean, definitely people will embrace the idea of a third lane, of a third political party. There's opportunity now. Whether this new party will be able to take advantage of that.
Will you consider the CMC or third party or CMC or party? And I'm having most ability here more on one-on-one, but I can say actually the question. Do you think it's something about the CMC that just not certainly right, and it will really confuse the mind of the people? We are talking about the political leader and Musability.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of the political parties in Liberia seem to revolve around a personality, an individual, and if he sets up his party that way, I mean, he's going to bring in whatever personal baggage that that he has. He's going to bring it into the mix. And it's not going to be good for the for the party. So I think Unity Party has cleverly distanced itself from President Sirleaf. So President Sirleaf is not sort of like an albatross around the necks of Unity Party. CDC is still struggling with that with George Weah. George Weah is still sort of the albatross around the necks of of the CDC party. Now, if Musability comes in and it all about Musability, some of his negatives could come in and it will not be as formidable as the individual Musability, as the popularity of the individual Musability may not be the case. So there's some lessons learned here.
There's a lot about Musability. Thank you, folks. We want to say again, if you're just joining us, this is the Spoon Talk. We're going to go to the former district number 8 representative, Moses Akaris Gray. Sir, EMC.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll use my 2 minutes on the fire issue. I will not shy away from that.
Go
On
ahead.
December 31st, 2024, Spoon FM covered an interview with Conor Gregory Coleman. 2024. Conor Coleman said they are contacting international experts in the fire area to bring them to Liberia. I come back again to insist. December 31st, 2024, I have the tape at the 8 minutes. I come back to insist that Gregory Coleman already knew the experts that they were bringing to Liberia. For anyone to sit on the shore, anywhere in Liberia to say that Gregory did not know the people, but he made mention of those people since December 31st, of international experts that will be brought to the country to help with the investigation. You know, that's why we keep all this recording, all the pieces of evidence. I believe that for Gregor Como whosoever to say that he's not aware of these experts is a lie. And the reason why I keep going to the fire issue, because people that we know were tortured. Not only that, there were recordings that didn't correlate. Gregor Coleman concluded that there was arson attack. And he had brought in an expert that he spoke about the 31st of December. He had brought them in. He didn't go to Minnesota because he was dreaming. He went there to negotiate for the people to come. Because he spoke about those people. So Gregor knows the people. The guy who came, one of the fire experts, just went bombing to President Boykai. His friend. We shouldn't sit here. I said, this is a political case. And I will keep saying it. I don't care. Anyway, anybody feel. When I see people torture, in a torture chamber by NSA, because I went away in the Republic of Liberia under the same government, the same category of police officers. So I know what I'm saying. We'll not rest on this matter. I'm not questioning the integrity of the expert, because one of the experts himself said that the issue of arson will be difficult to establish because the crime scene has been polluted and the chemical that may have been used has evaporated because of the longevity of the time. Gregor only brought the people in to justify the criminal intent to go after CDC lawmakers, including the Speaker of the Republic of Liberia, Abu Kamara, Dixon Sibo, and no Unity Party lawmaker beside the other guy who affiliated with Unity Party from Liberty Party. Not the majority lawmakers who have control of the Joint Assembly. None of them have been invited before the place got up with fire. They were using that place. Now Gregor Coleman, PSU police officer and commander that were on the ground. I will insist and I will not relent that when a group of criminals in the police decide to indict people and go after them because of political reason, they will meet up with what we call political reciprocity.
Thank you.
That's what we are on the show for. I want to say
thank you very much, Honorable Moses Akaris Gray. Let me ask you a question. You said December 31st, 2024?
Yeah,
Gregory on Spoon?
Spoon. No, yeah, in granted an interview and Spoon covered at the police station.
Spoon covered Gregory interview December 31st, 2024. Can you send it to us?
I'll send a link to you.
You at 8 minutes. That's what I'm looking at.
No, he didn't appear on Spoon. Let's just get right now.
At the police station. It was a cover. Yeah.
Publicly made a statement that is asking.
Can you please, can you just please turn it off? Because I just want to ask a few questions. Thank you. What I'm saying to you, I just want you to be clear. He didn't appear on Spoon Talker, right? But he called for an interview at the Liberia National Police
No, he
Station.
did not appear on Spoon. He had an interview where a group of reporters went there, but coincidentally, because I listened to Spoon, so I stole that recording.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Guys, thank you very much for using your 2 minutes back to the fire incident. I'm going to bring in Tamba 1-2 and Mr. Duarte. Tamba?
Yeah.
On the CMC, please.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. I think, first of all, we should congratulate Musa Belete and the CMC on launching, a new political party in Liberia. Because I have been in organizing for the last 20 years, and I know what it takes to bring people together to create something like a political party. So congratulations, it's a big feat. However, Musa's strategy, I don't think Musa is looking to be in a runoff. I don't think that's going to be possible, especially in the next 4 years. But there's a void that has been created in Nimba County by the passing of Prince Johnson. May so rest in peace. Musa didn't get a space in Liberty Party and the CPP, and he's looking to become the new kingmaker for Nimba. Even though Jeremiah Kuhn is there as vice president next to Boakai, he's waiting also for his opportunity to step up and become president. But that's Musa's ultimate goal, where he will go to an election. Now let's not relegate CDC to say CDC is not going to show up. Before Gray became a representative, I had started the Voice of Liberia. I was a college student here in New York. They used to send me articles to publish for them. I have pictures of General Gray when he was, a skinny boy in West Point, Waterside. And I know where it took them to get to where they are. Now, if money could win elections, then they would have won the last election. Because despite the struggle, they were in opposition for 12 years before George Weah won the presidency. But after 6 years, they were removed from power, despite having the resources and money. So even though Bility may have money, but I don't think Bility can pull it up to even go to the second round. I don't think so. And then the final thing I'm going to say on political parties is that the experience I've seen is that we don't build institutions in Liberia. We create parties around individuals. I knew Charles Walker Bronskin very well. It's a friend of mine. I supported him in 2011 rather. But after Charles Bronskin passed, the Liberty Party, basically, they haven't recovered from the internal wrangling that have gone on now for years. And we've seen it. When the political leader passes or moves on, we've seen very few parties who are able to build the institution and continue to give young people or other leaders the opportunity to rise up through the ranks to lead those political parties. Until we can do that successfully, the CMC is just going to join the ranks of political parties across Liberia to keep that list long and long. I hope they can put up the feet, but let's learn how to build institution, and let's hope that people can come through this institution and rise up to leadership roles for us to select our leaders. And that's how you help us to be able to have the leadership that we need for this country.
Tama, thank you very much. Want to?
Again, I want to use my time to just speak directly to this. So I shared a video with you. December 31st.
Can you turn it off? You got something?
December 31st, I was listening to get the exact wording that he used. December 31st, Gregory Coleman had an interview, not on Spoon, but Spoon was one of the news outlets that covered that interview. And he, publicly stated that they believe that there is evidence of arson. Henceforth, December 31st to March, after investigation, court interplay, interrogation, and so forth, to some extent, I agree, says substantial evidence have been,
So did he say that he was in conversation with the international?
So he publicly called international expert in a video. I just sent it to you.
Did he say that he's speaking to international folks?
No, my argument is now international.
Can you put it in the chat room for us?
I'm asking you because you said that you listened to it. I'm going to cut it and share it. I have not listened to it. Honorable Grace said that he engaged international folks. Is that what you heard?
No, my argument is quite. I shared a video. My argument is more different
videos.
But I'm sure Honorable Grace shared a video with you too, so he listened and he had evidence specifically on what he said. So my point there is this: December 31st, when the police chief made a public statement that he suspected.
Excuse me, the man said bringing international people in. I said it.
In a video, it's possible. It's possible, and I agree. That's why I shared.
You are telling him what he said. They will bring them, the contacting them. Yeah.
All right. So
let me put it like Brent English.
So given this fact, you going through interrogation, you created new avenues, and the video you shared when we started this conversation, he said teams of experts, they are not producing new evidence, they are working exactly where the investigation is. So we're not expecting any new outcome in this entire scenario. This is a very interesting case because there is political undertoning. The president made a public statement immediately and said that this entire scenario was arson. And the event, for since that statement was made, we saw that Gregory Comer had tried every means possible to justify that statement and produce action. But we have team of experts that specifically can be. So our point is, there is a public platform. We are basically interrogating the essence of.
So I agree, but what? Take a few seconds. I want you to make about the CMC. Yeah. We got to go to Duadu.
Yeah, coming to the CMC. The second aspect, I have no issue with. I applaud the fact that Winfred brought the experts. There's a case scenario established here that his brother worked in the police at a very high ranking role. There's obviously justification of interest. In any case now, whether professional or so forth, your brother working a case in a higher ranking order where we have the police chief is on record for justifying substantial evidence of arson when the case has not been evaluated or concluded, and he say he's working with a team. What I see here is that there's been a decision made and they want to substantiate it with work out of investigative team. And we have legitimate reason to be concerned about it. So nobody should say, oh, we are concerned because of it. There's substantial evidence in all of the issues we lay out here. Conflict of interest, which is established. Secondly, we lay out issue of delay in presumptive evidence when there were presumption already that the case had been declared arson. So I'm just in terms of Musa ability, establishment, like I said before, 2029 political election is CDC for the United Party. Whether you like it or not, that's the dividend of the electoral process. For the political party to so I can't.
Thank you very much, Wanto. I see a sedition. They are so clocked with this fire expert that arrived in the country, so they will use all the time on the fire expert.
Yes,
Mr. Duarte, we are not closing yet. Let's talk about CMC Musability. What's your take?
I'm going to say this, though. The fixation from our brothers, I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to be interrupted. With not seeking out the truth, they are more fixated on making sure the people that may be accused, they do not get accused or get prosecuted. This is their fixation. It's not about finding solutions to the problem facing the fire issue. And it's just ridiculous at times that we focus on everything. Anything that pertains to the country, we try to politicize it as long as it doesn't benefit us directly. It's not about the country ever. I want to say this, Lord Stanton. Most political parties in Liberia, they are social clubs. They are not political parties. So anybody can form their social club and call it whatever they want. Because we have a society that is almost entirely gullible, where the issue of mediocrity has become so rampant that people can pass around and form a social club that masquerades as a political party, and we are forced to accept that. Honorable Ability has the right to set up his own political party, whatever you want in the country. But I think it was Conor Gray was saying something, and I want to reiterate this. The standards that we have put forth for somebody to set up a political party is so non-standard to the point where anybody can look for the $3,000 to $4,000, you form a political party. And this is going to hurt the country continuously until we set a higher standard. For people to really...
What should be the highest standard yet?
Thank you. Very, very, very simple standard. Look, I'm doing my best to really stay away from the politics thing. Here's the thing. If anybody wants to set up a political party, I will have a criteria, for example, that I've not thought about, but I will give you what I thought about very briefly. Let's assume that political party have a register paying members more than 200,000, for example. Let's say that's standard number one. Let's assume this is enforced. Let's assume in the last election, there was a certain threshold that it met, or maybe they have 4 or 5 representatives within the legislature. Let's assume there are certain standards that must be set. But every single body, when you leave government, the only place they can go and have some form of relevance, it has to be government. Can we point to the officials that left government most recently? Which one of them in the country that you can point to that can still maintain that standard of living that they have in government, outside the government? They cannot, because they were these were leeches of the government. All they think about is all they got to get back to government to get free money. That's why I said on the show one time, Stanton, and you said this. Nobody should be more than $3,000 in government. I don't care. You can go to Oxford. You can Google all you want.
You're not realistic. That thing you're talking not realistic.
They're realistic. We don't have that kind of money, Jerome.
What are you talking about? You pay a cabinet minister 3,000. You know what that means?
Yeah. Let me tell you why. You tell the man, say, listen, we got production standards.
You're not telling men nothing. You are telling someone who is a cabinet minister, the minister of finance, to make $3,000 at the end of the month. It's not realistic.
Let me finish. You can be yelling all the way to Fargo. Let me say this to you. If you tell the minister of fishery, if the production of the fishing industry reach this standard, we give you a bonus of $100,000.
No. That's where the stealing will come from. That's where the stealing will come from. The bonus will be based on discretion. The bonus will be based on discretion.
All gonna create some money in the country.
You cannot even look at our representative. You can't look at a representative or senator and say we'll pay you $3,000. It's not realistic.
What do you do about bro? What do you represent about bro? Where are Carlos graded for the 12 year you are? What you did?
Brother, those people, the way you look at them, now why are you thinking about the way
you
representatives
now citizenship will take you up on bro. Why can't I bring my arrest?
Representative at the job they do, and not the way you accuse them.
I won't let you. You talk and talk, but we'll interrupt you.
Gentlemen, one at a time, please.
I'll interrupt you. You talk one at a time.
I'm not going to put that in.
My man, one at a time. One at a time.
Gentlemen,
so guys, let's move on. Let's move ahead. Can you finish up, please?
Let me finish up. Stanton. We need the average Liberian living.
I have a reporter to him when you finish.
Wait, Jerry, you will be quiet. The average Liberian living $200 in a same country. You look at one man in government. Almost 90% of our budget going to paying for a car upgrade. You think about the kind of logic. There is no bathroom.
You think about car upgrade as a car.
My man, you gotta be quiet, Jerome. Learn to have some discipline. Use until the $30,000. Take the money and put it in the hospitals and schools.
I'll give you another 30 seconds, Eduardo.
Thank you so much. Look, we gotta be serious about governance, Stanton. We gotta be serious about governance. I have no qualms with somebody who got certain expertise to make certain money in the country. That's not my argument. My argument here is we have a very poor country with less than $1 billion budget. In America, I don't know one government official that working at the level with make $15,000, $20,000 when you put all these things together, buying vehicles, gas car, everything.
Let me ask you one last question. Please be brief because others got to speak. The argument from those lawmakers saying, but Dualo, you're only talking about us. Look at local.
I agree.
Local president making over 50,000.
I agree.
Yeah, you have your time. You have your time. Hey man, I beg you, my man. I'm begging you. So let's go across the country and not only restrict it to lawmakers, right? Dualu?
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Okay. So I believe everybody has spoken. Let's close the show. It's after 7. I hope that we can give it our best shot. No interruption. Mr. Winford Russell, I know you're going to hang with us. So let me give you the best first opportunity here for you to do your closing. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Don't forget, we're going to have CMC chairman, now political leader, Musa Hassan Bility, as our guest tomorrow. He will be on one-on-one with the CEO. We appreciate you. Don't forget, Monday, we are going to discuss Judah City again on Monday, because new findings up on Judah City, the list executive director of a misappropriation, and this one going to make Duado match $675,000. The man DSA alone traveling expense is $45,000 plus. Local DSA is $85,000 plus. Those things are concerning. I want to appreciate you for joining us tonight. Let's just have a quiet closing, guys. Now, if you want to stay after the closing, it's on you, and you can do your crossfire. Winfrey, you go first, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. I send you some screenshots, and you can, for what it's worth, you can make it public. And I if you like, I can also invite Chief Parliament here to have a conversation with him about how this whole thing play out.
Wait me if I left. You always inviting people here. It's your show. Bring him on. You want to bring him on the mall? Bring him on. It's the best time that we have a quiet show. So.
I reach out to him to see, because I know they have a very limited time in Liberia to do this investigation. So I don't want to impede.
Are you sure you want me to share the text messages though?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, because I was just looking at, sort of to establish some sort of timeline, okay, as to when, this took place.
These are text messages. That's why I'm asking you. Are you sure you want me to share them?
I mean, it's your discretion. You can use your discretion. And
no, I'm not sharing them. I usually stop sharing text messages except that the government text messages and the Senate. The individual text messages I don't like to share.
Okay.
But go ahead.
I respect that, but I can bring Chief Parliament on again. But let me say categorically that, with all due respect, former Representative Gray is flat out wrong, and is not telling the truth. He's coming up with all these different theories and innuendos and all of that. It is flat out false. It's not true. And I know we live in a political environment and want to politicize everything, and that's fine. That's understandable. But let me be clear. And you can shout from here to the mountaintop. If it's a pig, you put a lipstick on it, it is still a pig. Okay? You can throw all the spaghetti on the wall, and that's what they were trying to do, to see which one stick. And they say, there you go. Right? Gregory Coleman did not know prior to February, when he came to this country, he had not met Mr. Kenneth Theron Parliament. No, he did not. So all your insinuations and all of that, you can do it, it's false. Right? So when you come here and say it's Boyka's friend, yeah, it's Boyka's friend, but it's not like the friendship that exists between Tourmaline and Paul Kennedy, or between or Stanton and Chief Remy, or Stanton and Dwalu. No, it's not that sort of buddy sort of friendship. It's a professional friendship. He knows him. That has been established. He doesn't know that President Boyka doesn't know the other two. I never worked for the government. I've never been in touch with any folks in the government. Nobody contacted me. I did this based on my own volition, in my own way of trying to help. And many people who close, and work, in very close proximity to the president, know what I have done. The president knows me too personally. He's gowned me for my service to the country. And that is it. Okay? That's where my motivation has come from. Yes, my brother worked at the Liberian National Police, but in a very the lowest end of the decision-making chain, right? He's not a decision maker at the Liberian National Police. He's a mechanic in the fleet department. Okay, so to come here and insinuate that, somehow my brother a decision. I've been working and providing services to law enforcement long before my brother got any affiliation or any association with the Liberian National Police. There's no conflict of interest here. This is a private citizen of the United States of Liberian stock who is trying to support work in his country, in his native country. How is that wrong? How is that bad? So you want to come and politicize this and say, there's some conflict of interest. My brother's not making any decision over there. He has no decision to make whatsoever. I don't even talk to him about this matter because he's not in this space. So all the way you want to try to connect this stuff, it's not working. It's not going to work because there's nothing there. Okay? So the firefighters came to provide assistance, and they knew exactly where things were at the time. And they established that before going. Okay? So they are international experts, and they said, well, we are not going to be able to answer some questions. We may not be able to bring some of the tools we need to determine if there was an accelerant used or not. But we have other tools that will bring, which they did take with them, that will establish some other facts about what happened at the Capitol building. And they did that. Okay, nobody said they didn't do that. Okay, so Gregor Coleman, again, I've said to you over and over, Gregor Coleman has a home in Minnesota. Many people who work in the government there have homes in Minnesota. He comes to visit his family. He did not come here to visit Chief Parliament. He did not know Chief Parliament. Chief Parliament doesn't even live in Brooklyn Park or Minnesota now. He lives in Texas. Gregor Coleman never went to Texas. So this sort of false narrative that you all are trying to create is very disingenuous. It's sad. Okay? So that's, part of where I will end it. Stanton, I appreciate the opportunity. And if you have any, a question, I share a lot, stuff. If you need me to share more things, with you. My main work here has been boosting the police, supporting the police. And you have said this, Colonel Gray has said this. I've been working with the police a long time ago. I'm not going to stop supporting the good things that the police is doing, and other departments in the area. I mean, Chief Colonel Gray talked about my work in Kakata, building the city council and the city government there in Kakata. We've been doing that for a very long time. The current mayor in Monrovia came and visited me here in Minnesota. We did a lot of work together, and we on point to establish a lot of things here that I've been able to utilize my expertise to support. So don't come and make this seem like there was some sort of hidden agenda or because my brother's influencing this and you were conflict of interest. No, that's not the case. And so we have to be careful how we spin these things. I know we have a political interest, and that's fine. That's understandable. But this was a very clean, transparent, genuine effort to try to help move the investigation forward and to bring closure to this national calamity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, man. It's good having you always come again. If you make that arrangement for tomorrow, we appreciate having the fireman on. And again, we'll also say that information reaching us that J. Mervyn Cole presented himself to the Liberia National Police. He was interviewed. I believe it was J. Mervyn Cole and Presidio Cooper this week. Monday, Fonati Kufa will be going for investigation by the Liberia National Police on the Sin Fire incident, Quagmire. We just want to say we'll keep you updated, and you have to know when Fonati appeared again. We are hearing that on Monday there will be the motorcyclists, protesting in the country. We will have a full show on Monday, but don't forget, join us tomorrow, one-on-one with the CEO. We're going to bring in Mervyn Cole to speak when he appeared for the investigation by the Liberia National Police, and we hope to have the firemen. Now they are in Liberia, that they can update us. I want to appreciate each and every one of you. Now I'm going to go. Who want to go next? To me, it doesn't matter. Honorable Gray, you go next. You in Liberia.
Oh, I thought I wanted to go next.
Thank you very much. When I listen to Mr. Russell in his soliloquy and caught in a nefarious web that he cannot escape of conflict of interest. Yeah, that's soliloquy. That what? Okay. And caught into a nefarious web that he be entangled. It's difficult for him to disentangle himself from the conflict of interest with his brother, who is the head of the fleet management now at the Liberia National Police. Probably you didn't even know that your brother just got that appointment by Gregor Coleman. Gregor Coleman, and I will insist, accuse people that it was arson attack or any investigation, and you expect me to come and say that Gregory Common, a fire expert, that he has not prejudiced the case for the president of the Republic of Liberia. You say, friend, that President Boyka friend, and that your friend. You support that President Boyka. You got political interest in Liberia. Don't make a mistake. Don't make a mistake that we don't know that you have political interest. What Dwadu saying here? You're passing around raising funds for the government to help the government. You got interest. The person you supported to be Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, we both served for almost 12 years. There is no law that is successfully passed. Call the name of the law. But for you to regain your citizenship, including Mr. Russell, that because of Representative Gray, the dual citizenship law, that you can sit there and talk about nepotism, and you talk about code of conduct in Liberia to comport the behavior of government officials. That means, when you're talking about Tracing Act today, I introduce it before leaving. So don't ask me what I did. I will be asking you the people who voted for what they did when they presided over 67 bogus concession agreement in the country and ran a bulletproof vehicle that cost over $500,000. And you want to caution a representative who were elected to pass law and pass law to reinstate your citizenship, like all other Liberians across the world that we fought for, that you supported of Senator Darius who opposed dual citizenship. You come to the table with contradiction. When they come to the table here to yell run our mouth and talk, Mr. Russell, I want to say to you, you are conflicted. You are a subject of conflict under the code of conduct. And as a result of that, you are not the best person to even defend the government because of your brother. Secondly, Gregory Common spoke of international experts. December 31st, 2024, an interview at the Liberian National Police Headquarters. It has correlated your bringing of those experts along with Common. Those people did not come to the country here free. That's because they left Liberia. If the hotel bill said Liberia will pay it, if the air ticket Liberia will pay it, they didn't come to do free work. They got interest. Those are professional people, like you said, they got interest in the country. So we're not going to sit on Spoon Talk and somebody can talk Tabataya and we'll listen to it. On the issue of Musa Bedete, that Jeremiah Kun will be fighting in Nima County. Prince Johnson also, it means that the control for Nima County minute. And I believe Bedete will win. Tawan Gongdo is there. There's another control. So Nima will be divided politically, technically. The CDC is not worried about that. We will come back to power. 2029 is a one-shot victory. Absolute. With a dismal and deformed output of this administration that Donald still struggling and wobbling to even defend tonight on the show or other time, and you escape this show because you could not defend them because of our presence here. We want to tell you guys that we are here. We will not leave Spoon. Or CEO, thank you for bringing me here, like you said. I appreciate you. We will be here. You see the early children can say the necessary checkpoint. And don't never discredit us that went to school in Liberia and think that you are better or you have stronger IQ. No, it's a matter of opportunity. We have better people who work in government in the Republic of Liberia, also like some of you professionals who have come to help. And I respect the professionalism that people have bring to the country. That's why I supported dual citizenship bill. I don't disparage that, okay? But go ask Jeremiah Kun the law in pass, or you can state it tonight as we leave the show. Stanton, thank you very much. The rest of our people here, thank you very much. But that entire fire burning at the Capitol building is political, and we'll handle it politically, and we'll not change our tune on that. Thank you.
Honorable Moses Akar, great. Thank you for being on tonight. Gibson Jerry.
I think Moses can come back. Can come back. Don't just go when you talk like that. Let the other people talk. You listen. Listen. I agree with Moses Gray on some of the things. The way the fire incident proceeded has a political outtone. It does. First, the president made a categorical statement without hearing from experts. This is an arson. Arson is a crime, and a crime is committed by individuals. And you must be able to know the element of the crime before you can name it. The president did not know the element of the crime. And nobody can tell me that the president had experts who told him it was arson. Because they are just bringing experts now. That the first political mistake the president made. Number two, Gregory made another political mistake. Even though he's a technician, that's a police director. He's not a politician, but he's a technician. But he made a political statement when he said it was a terribly investigated incident, and he described it as an arson due to an accident. But in that same press conference, his counterpart, the fire director, did say that it was based on an observation and not a thorough investigation. Because he said, based on our observation, it was an accident that was used. The police director said it was thoroughly investigated. The police director has no power to speak on fire incident. He can only give information given to him by fire experts. Mr. Gregory Coleman had summoned people based on his first finding that people were responsible for the burning. They brought gasoline or whatever accident they brought to burn the Capitol building. He has arrested people. He has charged people. He has filed them to court. They are now under indictment. And then he comes back after 2 months and says, now we're going to bring experts to look into the fire incident. What will Gregory do if those experts disagree with his first finding that made these people to be indicted and jailed and Grace tortured? And then because they talk about torture, you know, I will hear, I question it, but I have to state my position. I question how the torture went on. But they said they were tortured. So how is Gregory going to deal with that? If the expert come back and say, this was a result of electrical problem. Gregory has already detained people. They have tortured people. They have indicted people. People are in court. They have ruined people's life. And the expert come back and say, no, all the thing out there, people have nothing to do with it. It was electrical fault. Will he get a payment for all the destruction of their lives? This is why you don't put the cat before the house. Look, I'm not going to fault Mr. Russell here today. Even if Mr. Russell has a political intent or not political intent, he is trying to help, bringing somebody who can look into the situation and bring a fair decision-making process. Those white people, I believe, will not come because some of them know Joseph Boyka so many years ago. They will not come and contaminate their record because of what they know. I don't think they're going to go in there and say it. He already quoted one of them that said it will be difficult to prove arson. So they have already become fair already. So for me, they should, if I were Gregory now, I will pause all arrests, I will pause all interrogations and wait for the 3 experts to go and investigate what happened and let them come up with their findings before you can resume any arrest or any interrogation. You must tell the speaker of Fanatic Kofa to stay until they will get back to him after the expert. Because it's just so, suppose you go there and set up that electoral court. I mean, let everybody that bro ask a question. What if the expert go and say that thing was not any excellent? We checked the electrical bar. There was an electrical fault that caused the shock and the fire developed, and there was nobody to turn it off. So it developed into a bigger fire, and that's what happened. So I don't think anybody put any excellent. What do do after investigating the speaker Kofa, bringing them or all the sedition and the minority leader, you put them on through the motion, and then when your experts say it's not then what are you going to do? This is the mistake the government made, and we keep talking about mistake in this government. What is actually wrong with the leadership in this administration? What's wrong with people? Can they not just do something right so we can come here and praise them for it? But Mr. Russell, to be honest, I gotta be honest with you. I want to say thank you for your help. For your help. I tell you to say thank you for your help. I can't fault you for that. But I'm definitely going to fault the police director I'm definitely going to fault the government. I'm definitely going to fault the Ministry of Justice. I'm definitely going to have problem with the process. And I think it has a political undertone because of the way it proceeded. That's how I want to deal with it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gibson. Paul, you want to speak to us?
I got some noise in my background. I will come in later, so you can go behind.
Wanto, you want to go ahead, Wanto?
Yeah, sure. I definitely want to go ahead. So, luckily, we were able to find evidence where the police chief is on record for stating, and this was in December, that he is in conversation with team of foreign experts. The reason why we want to be able to play this because it's very critical to the conversation we're having because we need evidence to justify what we're establishing here. So I send it to Santo and you play it right now.
Want to be speaking? I'm trying to upload it. You can hear it. Then upload it, please.
All right. So I should continue speaking, right? All right, cool. So there are a lot of things here that we lay out from the beginning. We said this entire investigation has something called preconceived conclusion. Instead of gathering evidence, instead of substantiating it with facts, the government made a case to say on day one of the incident where the president made a statement saying this is arson. From that very moment on, the police chief, Gregory Coleman, have tried everything in his possible best to justify this preconceived conclusion. To deliberate or justify arson, you have to justify evidence of sound or accelerant. You have to justify evidence of multiple ignition point. You have to justify evidence that there is absence of a natural cause. After 3 months of this case scenario, to justify evidence that there is absence of natural cause, I don't see how we can be able to substantiate it. In fact, the second thing that we lay out here in our argument is that with this entire case...
Sorry, you ready for it now?
Yeah, sure.
Close your eye.
Well,
sure.
The fire incident at the Capitol, the investigation is ongoing. We have elements pointing to arson. However, we are looking at the specialists to come in, and international actors to come in and conclude the investigation. But for now, we have identified some people of interest that we are talking to. There's absolutely no one on arrest, but there are people who the police continue to speak with on a daily basis. I mean, and it continues to lead from one place to another, and we're following all of the leads at this point in time. So we're hoping that we can get the foreign investigators in as soon as possible, and once it is concluded, then we will move on to the next stage of the investigation. I know everybody have got tons of questions, so I will stop here.
Great, thank you, Stanton. So let me point out the contradictions.
What did you hear from that?
So there are a couple of contradictions. One, the police chief said that investigation is ongoing, but then he made a conclusive statement saying element point to arson. Very wrong and very contradictory. As a police chief, you haven't concluded evidence, and in fact, in the later part of the video, he said he's in conversation with team of foreign experts.
Okay, so let's try to cross. Let's try to cross. Sorry, I know you're doing your closing, but it will be fair for us to do this. Let's try to cross-check here. One, the reason why you're bringing up the clip to prove Russell wrong, that Gregory Coleman had already spoken to international partners, and he was bringing that. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's one fact.
So, okay, so hold on 1 minute. We know it's political. Aquarius Mosegray said it. We know CDC will not agree with the finding. We shouldn't waste our time because we have said that over and over. Let's just come to the fact whether at the time Gregory Coleman make mention that he had invited international folks to come do investigation. Is that your argument? Did he say that?
But there are multiple front of my argument. So from the video, which was December 31st, 2014, I think we asked a lot of questions here to Russell, and he said that in fact Gregory is now informed We asked what specific day Gregory went to the state
Did,
in
did,
Minnesota.
Gregory say in the video that he spoke to these 3 firemen?
Yeah, you listening? He said he spoke to a team of.
Can we play that over again? Can we play that over, please?
No, listen, I will play it over.
Yeah,
you
please.
just said yes. When I asked you my question, yes. But my question is the right one too. Did Gregory say in this video that he spoke to the 3 firemen from Minnesota?
No, but you don't have to mention it in the video.
No,
so
I'm
my
asking
question is,
you. No, I'm asking you. Did he say it?
He said there were conversation of team of foreign
Did
experts.
Gregory
He
say
mentioned
in
that
that,
twice.
did Gregory say in that video that he spoke to 3 foreign experts from Minnesota?
No, what we're establishing here is, and Stanton will have to be fair with this. What we're establishing here is that Gregory made a case that there were foreign experts that you were in conversation with.
Did he say he was in conversation with them?
Yeah, play the video again. He mentioned it twice.
Okay.
He said, in fact, he's waiting for foreign expert to definitely come.
What did he say exactly?
From the beginning, he said, 1, they are waiting for a team of experts, international experts. At the end of the video, he come back again and said they are waiting for foreign experts to be able to make to be able to justify the investigation. So the key question here is that
listen. So he said he's waiting, correct?
Yeah, that's what he said. December 31st.
Yeah. So as per your understanding, Gregory said he's waiting for international expert. He didn't say he spoke to international expert. He didn't say he's bringing 3 men from Minnesota to do the investigation. He didn't say any of the above, but he said, as you said, he's waiting for international expert.
He said in conversation. Could you play?
Wait till let him play one more time.
The fire incident at the Capitol, the investigation is ongoing. We have elements pointing to arson. However, we are looking at the specialists to come in, and international actors to come in and conclude the investigation. But for now, we
are looking at specialists to come in and
no, at the end you cut it off.
I just want to take it one at a time now. We'll go to the end. He just said that. So is there anything to say? He has spoken to them. No. He was very clear.
So as clear as possible, if you play the full video at the end, the first thing is we are looking at a team of experts coming in means that it's been initiated. You can't make a definite decision to say, but that's how we have to listen to the end of the video.
The fire incident at the Capitol, the investigation is ongoing. We have elements pointing to arson. However, we are looking at the specialists to come in, and international actors to come in and conclude the investigation. But for now, we have identified some people of interest that we are talking to. There's absolutely no one on arrest, but there are people who the police continue to speak with on a daily basis. And it continues to lead from one place to another, and we're following all of the leads at this point in time. So we're hoping that we can get the foreign investigators in as soon as possible, and once it is concluded, then we will move on to the next stage of the investigation. I know everybody have got tons of questions, so I will stop here.
Great. So at the end of the video, what do we see? We see that we are hoping to get the team of experts. So you can't hope to get a team of experts if you haven't initiated. So at the end of it, we said we are hoping to get the team of foreign experts. So how will you hope to get? In fact, he said to conclude the investigation. So it's clearly stated here that Gregory Coleman was showed that this entire investigation was to be led by a team of experts who are international experts. So the second aspect is he made a conclusive conclusion that the element of arson and there was still investigation process. It comes back to the same argument of trying to justify the president's speech, which he said from the beginning of the entire process that they were arson established. So I was
you misquoting the man. You misquoting the man.
But everybody listening though.
Oh, you misquoting the man. The man
said.
said, the man spoke as a police officer. The man said there are elements pointing to. He said there's element of arson. You say there are elements pointing to.
That's what I said. He said there are elements pointing to us.
Pointing to is a suggestive.
I think one should conclude his statement and other people conclude.
Yeah.
No, some of us want to touch on it. We know that there's some.
You cannot make conclusion element pointing to us in an investigation as such without investigating elements. So where did he draw that investigation from when you are waiting for a team of experts, as he said? So
we are element pointing to us.
Yes, so that move on. I bet you gives it.
And also the man you say he's hoping that there will be international investigator. Hoping it's not that I got it already.
No.
Yes, I wanted to finish.
Okay, can I come back with 10 seconds after the meeting?
You gotta wait. Others gotta speak. Then you can.
I will wait. No problem.
Thank
so
you.
In conclusion, what we produce here is substantiated evidence. I think I'm hearing too much. How come? All right. So in conclusion, what we substantiate here is evidence that there have been sustained evidence that this case has been proven that there is suspicion, and we rest on the basis of that.
Senator, can I come in now?
Paul, if you're ready, you can come in.
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you very much. And I'm really sorry that my brother probably went to attend to other stuff. But was the government in December in error from the beginning of the fire incident? I can list a couple of errors, beginning with the president's pronouncement of the fire incident being arsenic. And, normally, the president is not at the level of doing any investigation. He speaks what he's advised. So if somebody had advised him on the onset that there was an arson attack, the president would speak to us, it being arson. So was that the appropriate step for the president to take? I would say no. I would think that was an error. The president invited, the RG invited foreign experts. The gentleman is trying to link the RG statement of inviting foreign experts to the three experts. There are 1 million, 100 billion, I don't know whether that number there, of foreign experts. So the RG, as an RG, can say, listen, we started this investigation. It's pointing to arson, but we will wait. We have experts we are talking to. When they come to the country, they're definitely going to do the investigation to conclude. There is nothing wrong with that statement. And Winford Russell, brother, is a police fleet manager. That gentleman is an automotive mechanic at the level of the Liberian National Police, a job that he acquired based on his credential, his skill set, his knowledge, and it's not a political appointed position, last I checked. At the fleet management level, that gentleman will have nothing so far whatsoever to do with any investigation that is going on as far as this national level is concerned. So for somebody to sit on this platform to say because the RT says that he's bringing a team of experts means that the three gentlemen who have lived so fairly in their life have acquired too much knowledge and have been able to do investigation around in fire management, are coming to do some work in Liberia, trying to discredit them. I think it's not fair for our country. Look, in previous governments, right, and for a present government or future government will be encouraging Liberian officials to reach out to people who have the expertise and background where they are not able. This idea that, because the people are foreign educated or they are sitting down from foreign sources means that when we bring them, you are trying to undermine or overlook Liberians. I don't think it's right. Liberians should know their limitation. Even in the healthcare sector, where you are, if you are not an orthopedics, you can't go there to start checking bone. If you are a orthodontist, there are several professions. You are not one doctor cover all. So you can't be trying to do all the investigation yourself. Liberian people, we know that we are incapacitated. We have some limitations. So was the IG statement about getting foreign experts, foreign investigator wrong from the beginning? Absolutely not. Was the IG statement inference that, the investigator you're talking about are these 3 people who finally came to Liberia? That is so far from the truth. Let's be realistic when we discuss these issues. And, bro, Winfred, listen, don't feel attacked. Now, what we do here on Spoon, we say some things that we have no evidence of, and sometimes we try to spin the truth because of political reasons.
You're not correct. That's not what we do on Spoon.
So,
you are in error.
Yeah,
if you don't we say something that we have no evidence for, you're making all these different claims.
So correct me if I'm wrong.
You cannot do that. Whenever we come here, we say stuff that we present evidence.
I said some people. That's wrong. Some people on Spoon here
come. Say some people.
Thank you for correcting me. Some people on Spoon come trying to use political affiliation to manipulate issues, and until we can develop ourselves from that to begin to look at issue from the objective point of view, we'll always be in error. It's sad that somebody's trying to say because your brother is working with the police, so your brother is a part and it's a conflict of interest. I see absolutely no conflict of interest here. Your brother is not in the line of investigation. He is not the chief of police. If your brother was the chief of police and you're talking to him and bringing these people, that would make some sense to me. Your brother is a automatic mechanic. He is not in the line of the conversation of investigation, so I don't see any error. Let me conclude on the issue of the expert being Bwakai's friend. When you become president of Liberia, one of the reasons why they elect you is to know how much international influence you have, how much international connections you have. How can you reach outside the scope of Liberia to get people to help you when you need them? So I think President Bwakai trying to reach out to these people, I don't even know whether he did, but whoever bringing them, and because they know Bwakai, has nothing to do with the investigation. These people are American trained, and they know their integrity can be checked. So for us to say because the Bwakai friend means they're going to skew the investigation in Bwakai's favor, I think that's also an error. CMC coming to being is a good thing for our country. Like I said previously, there is a need for several political parties to be formed so that the 2 parties cannot dominate when they are doing absolutely nothing for Liberia. United Party, CDC came and failed us. United Party has come and is failing now. And 2029 will be making decisions based on their performances. And if there's a 3rd party that possesses the promises that we're looking at, we're going to look towards that 3rd party. I hope that 3rd party is Leno. But if it's not Leno will collaborate with that 3rd party that is coming. CDC and United Party cannot think that they have predominance or anything. They had an opportunity to bring experts to the country. Some of them failed to even do that. So this cannot be an argument of us trying to discredit people who came to our country to help us. I am a LANU member by registration, and I will continue to be until something else comes to being. I am a politician by nature, so put me with LANU.
It does not
matter. It does not matter.
It matters.
There are people who are there stealing. There are people in bro, who
we're not sending no
people have come and stole a lot of money, and you're made them president.
All right, guys, let's
move on. Has a very good integrity.
Let's move on. We're gonna have Bachelor in the executive mansion. It will be for all the young girls to go ahead.
I'm not spoken.
Let me let them go.
I have not spoken. I have not closed. I have not spoken.
Gotta close.
You're way small, my man. Let's do this thing. Look, and Brother Kennedy, I do agree with you that whenever the government brings experts to the country, that doesn't mean Liberian cannot do something. This is something we should encourage. This is my counter argument, and I agree with you, Brother Kennedy. If we are building local capacity, we can bring the experts to enhance that. I support that 100%. But if we always got to continue to bring experts into the country, I don't want that for Liberia because I know we are going nowhere. I want to say this, and my brother Jerome did say this. Just because an investigation is concluded, it doesn't mean they cannot continue to investigate if something else triggers that. So an investigation can continue after the closure of something that has happened. I want to say that as well. And I want to say this. For the last 1,000 years, my father is from Liberia. My mother is from Liberia. My citizenship was never in jeopardy. I was born and raised in Liberia. This is my home. At no point did anybody, when the entire society reaches on the bottom of the barrel and we pull that thing one and we wash him off and we put him in a cheap Chinese suit, and all of a sudden he thinks he matters in the society just because when the capable is not available, we take the availability and try to de-zogorize a certain group of people who now believe they have relevance in the country. This is something that's killing this country. I want to say this as well. Look, the police director of the Republic of Liberia is a trained individual. Whenever he speaks, he chooses his language very carefully. And this is something I think he should know better, because whatever the police says, people weigh that heavily. But I'm not going to dwell on that. I'm going to make my closure on this. Look, I made a comment here that nobody in the Republic of Liberia should make more than $3,000. This society is not in that position to make that kind of money. If you want to make a lot of money, go to the private sector. Our government, the president, has the powers to say, you know what, Ron? We don't have the kind of money. This is a martial law, or this is this, or this is that. We're going to take this money over the next 5 years. We're going to have a massive new plan to develop this country, build the infrastructure, and then gradually people can get paid at a certain level. If you leave America, you want to go to Liberia to go pay your mortgage in America, the country is not positioned to pay you at the level that you think your education has gotten you. This is not how it's supposed to be. Look to our counterparts in the region. Look to Guinea, look to Sierra Leone, look to Nigeria, look to Ghana. They are not paying at that level. I'm talking about directorship level. All these people, you come to government and you want to live a cushioned lifestyle in a society that is dirt poor, but the average person in our society better lives on more than $800 per year. This is the per capita income of our society. Look at the purchasing power of our people. Literally, there's nothing outside the capital. The entire country is being zogorized, and we want to sit here and justify paying for house rent for somebody we're paying over $5,000 a month. We give them gas slip. We give them yard boards. We give them store boards. We give them people to wash their clothes. In this society, in the great state of Minnesota, where my brother was a councilman, they don't make that kind of money. He ain't here, so I will tell you. They don't even come near that money. I'm not saying you should not pay expertise if it's required. This is not my argument. But if you have the expertise and that expertise produces for Riverside County at a level that we can quantify, we can say based on this, you have certain commission or certain perks or certain bonuses on this, but you're producing nothing. We cannot see anything. We are stuck in one place. And my brother Jerome said, but then the people will steal. No, they will not steal. You handcuff them, you prosecute them aggressively, you throw them in jail like any other society that has developed. This is the only way forward. You cannot be timid with a highly illiterate population. A calculated degree of force must be introduced for us to develop, or else we'll just be getting 2020, we'll be talking and nothing will come from inside. Stanton, I am back on the show. My trainings are over. I've been training for the last 3 months, and I
Do let me ask you and hope to have you Monday. I cannot ask you a question because we're closing.
Yeah.
But hope we'll have that conversation Monday. The budget passed under the fast speed, lightning, and a lot of stuff happening. Now we're seeing lawmakers getting $30,000 this weekend as a credit back on the bank, GD Bank. It's just bad for the country. They are taking credit on the budget because the government, there's no money. So the crediting from what was allocated to them, they are going to the bank, taking credit off.
Take a second, let me quantify this for you.
Do it fast. I gotta go to Tamba on the regret.
I'm a finance guy. I'm a finance guy. I work in the field for almost 25 years. Whenever you take money that we didn't get, the weight of that money initially is much greater than when you took it directly. Let me explain what I mean. If I borrow $1,000 from Paul Kennedy, then I see $1,000 gain because the cost of money get cost to it. So the costing Liberia more by even borrowing from money that we don't even get. When you say that one, we say, oh, they may want to use book. Yes, it is book. It costs Bapuru County not having a hospital. The president we are under his administration that was built on the previous administration, nothing inside. If I went to Bapuru and I got bit by a snake right now, the rushing to that hospital, nothing inside. These are real costs. But you're not sort of talking because my brother Jerusalem investigation over.
So this is what happened. Let me say this. I wanted to keep this, but we'll discuss it on Monday. Each member of the majority black, I can announce on the show, guys, and please do your investigation, went to GT Bank and they took $30,000 each from GT Bank. This is happening on a serious note, right? As per the budget, as they divide and then go credit from the bank on the $30,000, okay? They're going to add that $30,000 to the government debt. Please, if you know anybody, try to investigate before Monday. For example, James Kodak go to GT Bank and say, listen, we get this coming to us, $30,000. They get the document from the Speaker and the Comptroller office from the House of Representatives. Richard will give it to them or the Comptroller will give it to them. They say, GT Bank, the money can come to you. I'm awarded $30,000, but give me $25,000. The $5,000 is your profit, like Eduardo was saying. So therefore, all of the $30,000, they can walk away with $28,000, $25,000, and then the bank will get $30,000. So do the math. The government is down additional millions of dollars because these guys are going to take credit on something that was promised them. And we will discuss it on Monday, but it's so painful to see the reason why people kill to be lawmakers. Let's go to you, Tamba. Talk to us, and retired Colonel Abraham McGray will take us home.
Oh, thank you, Stanton. This has been an exciting conversation. I've listened keenly, even though I came late, but I'm going to start with the issue of governance in Liberia. Then I'll talk about the police investigation at the Capitol building. Governance in Liberia over the last 180 years has worked only for a few people, those in government, those with connections. The budget process over the last 30 years, since we have gone through the war ended in 2006 when Taylor resigned. Of course, he won in 97. He was forced to resign. It's like Liberia shifted. Where the culture of the country is today, go, rush, grab, and leave. So those who come into government, those who have been in parliament, elected to the Senate and the legislature, they pass laws. The government, the executive send budget that basically favors them. They party with these huge salaries that they have set for themselves and additional benefits. They put in $45,000 budget for cars, while others are riding $65,000 cars. So it is not working for the common man. Until we change that governance process, democracy is the way to go. But we have to change the way Liberia has been governed. And it has to start at the top. That budget, the way it's being passed, is corruption. The budget, the way it is being passed, it is corruption. It is meant to promote corruption. This is why a lawmaker will go to GT Bank, Stanton, and go take $30,000, even though the money he has in the budget hasn't been approved yet. Even though LRA hasn't collected the money yet to send it to the central bank to say, disperse this money for the people who are in the legislature. It's corruption at the highest level. And this is why I agree with Dualu, there has to be some changes, even though I'm not saying we should restrict political parties. So congratulations to CMC on the new political party. But until they can do something different, there's a need in Liberia. There's the social economic need of 80 or 90% of the people is in jeopardy. Until CMC or any other political party that comes on the scene can do something differently for the people and really make a change, tackle the real poverty issues, like taking the kids from the street, like helping the Zogos in the communities. Every community have a Zogo den. Address the issues that are affecting the people, insecurity. Last week, 3 times they tried to enter my home in Bannersville. Those guys just trying to steal anything they can get their hands on. Until we can address those things, Liberia are going to continue on this path for the foreseeable future. On the investigation, I watched that statement that the IG made. I think he said, there are elements that point to arson. When a fire happens, as I shared earlier, the first 24 to 72 hours are the most critical. That's when you go, you collect the first set of evidence to really see what happened, to see where the fire started, to see where the sparks happened. I'm not a fire expert, but I have read and I've seen people do these things. And after that evidence is collected, then you will know what elements are pointing at. And that's part of your ongoing investigation. Then he said, further, we are looking at specialists, including international partners. He said, looking, not waiting. You gotta do proactive listening. Looking at international specialists and international partners to come in to help us conclude the investigation. In the meantime, the police is investigating. We are talking to people of interest. As a leader, you have to, when that thing happens, you have to move quickly. And he was trying to what? Take control of the situation to let the public know what they are doing, what actions they are planning to take to be able to get this investigation done. However, what I would like to recommend is that investigation should be done within a reasonable time. The public should be kept informed because this is a national incident of what is happening, of what progress we are making, and they should be able to report back. And this is why I asked Brother Russell earlier whether he's a government spokesperson, because this is where the government itself has to be keeping the public abreast of what is happening because they are being paid taxpayers' money. So we hope that this investigation can come to an end, that those who are being charged, they can get a fair trial under our justice system, that if this is arson, it's proven that it's arson, those people who are guilty should really be punished according to our laws. For too long, we've accepted the culture of impunity, to be the order of the day. We have to bring that to an end. I remember when the 4 auditors were killed during the CDC government. And George Weah came out, he said, Gifty, Lama, and the other guy were boyfriend and girlfriend. That's how they died in a car. It jeopardized the entire investigation. Up to today, we don't even know whether they have caught the killers of these people. Fine people. And that's what we need to stop. The president may have misspoken, but it doesn't stop the investigation from happening. It doesn't negate the fact that a crime may have taken place at the Capitol building, and we need to find out, we need to get to the bottom of it. With that said, Stanton, thank you again for having me. Great show. I look forward to continue to contribute here and fine gentlemen here on this show tonight. It's a pleasure to be among you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colonel Gray, you have the rest of the time. Thank you very much for being patient. Take us home, sir.
Well, Stanton, thank you so much. We have a culture that has been damaged largely by politics. Anything you see in any act you do as an individual, they quantify politically. But all external additional investigation we do is to vindicate. We've walked away with certain beliefs, and then at the same time we don't want to accept the fact that we don't have the capacity to solve some of these miseries. But whenever we invite foreign experts to come in, yeah, there's this hula baloo that ensues. But at the end of the day, we just accept the result. Take, for instance, the Crow report. Take Mr. Cummings' allegation that he fingered document and he brought the Blair Commission. Go back and look at Madam Salif when she was at when the theft of $1 million ensued over at the National Bank. Experts came in. But at the end of the day, we accepted that these individuals, because of their expertise and their own removal from the process, all people are trying to do is to bring them closer to the orbit of power or politics. But regardless of that, we all know that these individuals come with their own individual integrity and expertise. When they render judgment, we can fly off the roof. By the end of the day, we just settle and accept it because we know we don't have the capacity to expose some of these things we're looking for, but those foreign experts. But because people are tied to their political party, like how people are tied to their religion, they'll find way to set the system to disbelieve these experts from even making opinions. What happened if they come out and they said, well, this was arson, and they render their own findings? Are you going to say because they have been they are the president's friend, or maybe the president jeopardized the whole process by saying this was hooliganism and so on? No, but they're giving you findings with tacit opinion. Look, we're all scholars, right? Stanton, let me end there. Dwalu can do a research. I can come and counter his research. His finding could be based on certain set of stuff he's looking for. I can come here and look for something different. But at the end of the day, he was right, I was right. We may have two different opinions. What's wrong with that? Why, if I conclude with the findings of Mr. Dwalu, that what he said is true based on this and this and this factor? We're all supposed to be, academics here, or intellectuals, but at the same time, we don't believe that the process of one man's finding is as important as our findings. When those guys come, or they're there already, and those people have gone to work, you will see what they come up with. And to be frank, I'll believe them. Because you know what? They're expert of many years. Their opinion matters. And that's the end of it. We don't have that kind of expertise. The chief of police may have spoken, but there are certain, vulnerability in his findings. That's why he said, I will leave this to the expert to come in and conclude. What's wrong with that? I'll leave it there, Stanton.
Thank you
But
very much.
again, the first 48 hours is always important, as Tamba said. The 48 hours of an investigation, but that does not mean a cold case cannot be solved. If you classify this as a cold case, it will be solved by those experts. Thank you.
Colonel Ed Remigray, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful show. You want to say something, Russell?
Yes, I mean, just to conclude here, and when I was in grade school in Ganta, one of the things my teacher used to say, reading and comprehension, they are two different things. So we hear something and interpret it totally different. So Gregory Coleman said, the investigation is ongoing, meaning that it has not stopped. Okay. And I came back and I told you all, when we laid the premise, before the guys sign on, you say, hey, there's certain caveats that we all have to agree on here before taking on this investigation. And one of which, and many of you referenced it, one of which was, we will allow the data to inform our analysis and our final decision. And they will come up with a final report, Stanton, that if you want to carry it on a show and invite them, they will be available to expound on their findings. But they made it clear that if the finding goes contrary to what has been said before or the established narrative, that's where it's going to go. They were not going to compromise. They said it emphatically. And the guy also said, and Brother Tamba referenced it, he said there are elements pointing to arson. It was not a declarative statement that he made that there is arson. He didn't say that. And as we know, the Holocaust took place when? Since 1944. I don't know the year, but somewhere around there, World War II. The Israelis, the Jewish folks are still hunting perpetrators. 9/11 took place however many years ago. They are still hunting people who were involved. The investigation continues, never stopped. Okay, so this stuff I'm conflicted. I don't know how I'm conflicted trying to provide service to my country, to my native country, and I'm not going to stop.
No, Russell, you're good. I've seen you. You are still frustrated with the criticism. You are good. You did good.
No. I mean, because there are a lot of people out there who need to know this stuff.
But let me just ask something, if you allow me.
We have
as
to
much as we want the experts, let's just be
mindful.
Right? So we don't focus too much on it.
No, that's true. Yeah. So, I mean, I just want to,
one of the 30 seconds, you said I should wait.
First sentence.
I should wait for the 30 seconds. I'm going to wait the full talk. Look, what I wanted to say, Brother Russell. Brother Russell.
Can I conclude, Brother Gibson?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. So do I have political interest? I have no political interest in Liberia. Granted, I was hoping and vying to be the next mayor of Monrovia because I have the expertise to turn the city around. I mean, that is clear. I was trying to go to serve my country. President Waka knows this. People close to him know this. I lay out a 12-point document of how we mobilize resources to turn the city around. I'm not part of Unity Party. I didn't get the gig, but that's not going to stop me from supporting my country, and I continue to do that. So
send it to us. We'll publish it. Send it to us. We'll put it out.
Thank you very much, Ross. So let's break down.
There's no shame. They're desperate. They don't.
We'll talk about you.
Political agenda.
Yeah, but you're always welcome, and we'll talk about everything about. Listen, Gibson, 30 seconds. We counted the time. Write down your time. Start.
30 seconds.
30, 29, 28, 27. 26.
I just
ain't get multi-tax. Go ahead, Ella.
My problem,
I mean, this was one of the
police director made two comments. His statement: we are the investigation is continuing. We are hoping to get international contact or experts. They are all correct. In my view, they are correct. My problem is he has already caused the indictment of certain people, and some of the evidence that they rely on include an audio tape that people were discussing, that they discussed to burn the Capitol. There were some of the evidence.
Can the police director indict or the court indict?
I said cause the indictment. Cause the indictment.
Okay. But are there indictments? Have there been indictments already?
Yeah, they put in court already.
Okay.
If you charge people and you send their name to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor go to the grand jury and get an indictment, and they are already in court, they are talking about filing their bond, all the kind of stuff. You already put them through the legal process. So now some of your evidence you have is they talk about people going to burn the.
Gibson, I have a question for you.
We have to go, guys. I beg you, we have to go. It's after 1 a.m.
Thomas was in court when that findings came up from Blair. He got vindicated. He walked away.
We must.
Yeah, but the problem is great.
I will have to mute you, Gibson. Gary, I will have to mute you. I beg you guys. The producer in the studio since this morning is after 1 a.m. Let's be considerate. We appreciate each and every one of you. Come back tomorrow to have more conversation.
Can it take us to keep him there? What can it take us to keep him there?
What?
What can it take us to keep him there?
Nothing. Make pre-arrangement. But for today, we have to go. Thank you very much, guys. Have a wonderful evening.
Let's go sleep, my man.
Welcome back, brothers. Good to see you. Also, please, let's talk and let's see how.
Gibson, let's have something for Zogwe, man.
As always, yeah, we appreciate you. Gibson, my man. But I want to thank you very much, Aaron Gray. As always, thank you, my brother. We want to say to all of our many friends, happy birthday to our sister Barbara White. Today you celebrate your birthday. You're having fun. You didn't send me the picture to pull up, so I'm just saying a shout out. Paul Kennedy did that for you this before we started the show. We want to wish our sister Barbara White all the best as she celebrates her birthday. March 1st is in the house and she's celebrating in grand style. So best to try to play. Pick up the phone. Call Nelson. Tell Nelson, say, see you, say I'm going to call you. But on this note, I want to say thank you very much. It's always good having you and have a wonderful evening. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And you.
All right. So, folks, that's it. That's we conclude the March 1, 2025 edition of the program Spoon Talk Radio, Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, and on our local radio stations across Liberia. We are also live on social media platforms, Facebook page, our YouTube channel.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia.
And we are here. thanking you for your participation, be it through your text reactions, put in your calls to recommend or speak your mind. We highly appreciate all of these reactions. So the Spoon Talk returns on Monday. The Spoon Talk returns on Monday. However, tomorrow is the 101 with the CEO. Of course, I'm here inviting you to join us tomorrow. Tomorrow 8 p.m. My name is Sylvester Chidople. Thank you so very kindly for following. And join us tomorrow on the 101 with the CEO on tomorrow at 8 p.m. Have a wonderful night. Remain blessed. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, Tuto Spoon. You want to get a news update, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Giddy bamba, giddy bamba, giddy bamba.